Albany City Council meeting for March 2nd, 2026. Councilmember Lopez, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Thank you. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated villages of Lishan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationship with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you. Before we begin this evening, I want to inform everyone that due to a staff member's health emergency, item 8-1, the flock camera item, is being pulled from tonight's agenda. We appreciate your interest and your engagement on this topic, and it will be rescheduled for a future meeting date, which is yet to be determined. Thank you for understanding. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Mickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero. Here. And Mayor McQuaid.
Here. Thank you. We had no closed session. Ceremonial items, 4-1, American Red Cross Month. Councilmember Mickey will read the proclamation, and we have Breonna Taylor joining us via Zoom, and she's coming on right about now.
City of Albany Proclamation in recognition of American Red Cross Month, March 2026. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, where we honor our neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible in the City of Albany. Every day, their acts of kindness change lives, bring relief, comfort, and hope when help can't wait. This compassionate spirit runs deep in our community, just as it has for 145 years through the American Red Cross. And whereas volunteers, blood and platelet donors, and supporters light the way during emergency, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort after disasters, providing a safe, life-saving blood supply for patients facing conditions like cancer treatments, childbirth complications, and traumatic injuries, assisting military members, veterans, and their families with 24/7 global support, or empowering individuals with skills like first aid and CPR that save lives. And whereas with 2,223 volunteers in Alameda County, the American Red Cross assisted or responded to 141 disasters, assisting 286 families. And whereas through Sound the Alarm program, the American Red Cross installed 1,104 smoke alarms, making 300 homes safer. And whereas Alameda County residents donated 3,104 units of life-saving blood, hosted 1,165 blood drives, and trained 18,914 citizens in first aid, CPR, AED, and aquatics, provided 323 case services to military members and their families, and provided humanitarian aid internationally. And whereas these collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another. As we mark Red Cross Month, let's celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up so no one faces an emergencies alone. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council hereby recognizes March 2026 as Red Cross Month, and encourages all community members to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. Signed, Mayor Peggy McQuaid.
Thank you. And Ms. Taylor, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. My name is Breonna Taylor. I'm a volunteer and a board member with the American Red Cross. And it is a great honor to accept this special proclamation recognizing March as Red Cross Month. Now, each March, we celebrate the people that make our mission possible, and that is our volunteers, our blood donors, our community partners, and our supporters. These everyday heroes deliver comfort, care, and hope to individuals and families in some of the toughest days of their lives. On behalf of the American Red Cross, We want to thank you for this proclamation and for your continued support of the American Red Cross. We're also grateful for the partnership of your city staff and local agencies as we work together to build safer, more resilient communities. Again, thank you for this honor and supporting our mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. Anyone on council wish to say anything? Any member of the public? Okay, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
And that brings us to 4-2, Tibetan National Uprising Day. Councilmember Jordan will read the proclamation to be accepted by Tashi Kunjo. If you'd like to join him at the podium, that's fine.
Whereas on March 10th, 2026, Tibetans throughout the world will gather to commemorate the 67th anniversary. Oh, yes, we can wait. Okay, very good, thank you. Throughout the world, we're gathered to commemorate the 67th anniversary of the Tibetan National Uprising against the brutal occupation of their country, and to pay tribute to the more than 1 million Tibetans who lost their lives in their struggle for the freedom of Tibet. And whereas credible reports issued by the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, the Congressional Executive Commission on China, the U.S. Department of State, and United Nations human rights experts document continuing repression in Tibet, including restrictions on religious freedom, suppression of cultural and linguistic expression, and instances of arbitrary detention and abuse. Whereas the United States Congress has enacted the Promoting a Resolution to the Tibet-China Dispute Act, the Reciprocal Access to Tibet Act, and the Tibet Policy and Support Act, affirming support for human rights, religious freedom, dialogue, and the principle that the succession of the Dalai Lama is a religious matter. And whereas His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize and the Congressional Gold Medal, has consistently promoted nonviolence, compassion, interfaith harmony, and the preservation of Tibetan culture. And whereas the principal commitments of His Holiness the Dalai Lama include promoting warm-heartedness, compassion, forgiveness, tolerance, contentment, and self-discipline, fostering religious harmony and mutual understanding among the world's major faith traditions, preserving Tibet's rich cultural heritage, and advancing the study of ancient Indian knowledge concerning the understanding and training of the mind. And whereas the City of Albany is home to a vibrant Tibetan American community and stands in solidarity with the Tibetan people and their peaceful and nonviolent pursuit of human rights and cultural preservation, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council hereby recognizes March 10th, 2026 as Tibetan National Uprising Day in the City of Albany. Signed, Mayor Peggy McQuaid.
Good evening, Mayor Peggy, and the honorable council members, and the City of Albany. So my name is Tashi Kunjo, and I'm the president of the Tibetan Association of Northern California. We're based in Richmond, and it's been over almost 34 years of our community's existence here in the Bay Area. And at this point of time, we have about 275 Tibetan kids every Sunday. We have a community school there at our community center with about 25 teachers teaching Tibetan language and culture. And our program actually is open not only just for the Tibetans, it's open to everyone, so we have a kind of a vibrant, cohesive kind of a community here in the Bay Area. And the key responsibilities of all the Tibetans in exile actually is to, preserve our culture, and then also, fight for our country. That, as many of you know, that since 1959, Tibet was illegally occupied by the communist China. And the Dalai Lama, he was 23 then, he had to flee Tibet and escape to India. And since 1959, even to this day, he's today 90. And for the last 67 years, he's been living as a refugee in India while traveling all over the world earlier, he's now pretty old, he's 90, as I said, trying to promote, human rights, warm-heartedness, and religious harmony and all this stuff. So for that, he received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989. So let me be very brief, I just have a kind of a prepared statement for the city of Albany. So on behalf of the Tibetan community, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the mayor and the council members and the city of Albany for this meaningful proclamation. Your kind of recognition of this important day is not only a kind of a gesture of solidarity, but a strong affirmation of justice, of human rights, and of the enduring spirit of the Tibetan people. I mean, the important day, that is the 10th March, which is the Tibetan National Uprising Day. As we mark that, we try to remember the Tibetans, who kind of fought for our country, who lost their lives, as the resolution earlier said, that we lost about 1.2 million Tibetans since the Chinese occupation. And then over 6,000 monasteries have been razed to the ground. And as I speak, we have more than 1 million Tibetan children who are currently in residential school in China. They are forcibly kind of taught Chinese, and trying to, the basic aim of the communist regime is to eradicate the Tibetan culture. So kids as young as 4 years of age are forcibly taken from their parents and put in residential schools. And at this point of time, as I said earlier, we have over 1 million Tibetan kids who are separated from their parents in residential schools in China, where they are only taught Chinese and their culture. So, and then, since 2009 to 2023, we had over 157 people who burned themselves to death, basically with two objectives, two asks, which is one is for human rights in Tibet, and the other one is for the return of the Dalai Lama to Tibet. And at this point of time, this resolution is a big, actually, moral booster, not only for us here in America, but for Tibetans all over the world. And, we have over 7 million Tibetans in Tibet at this point of time, where the basic human rights are deprived. They are really undergoing a lot of hardship at this point of time, and then they look to Dalai Lama and to the Tibetans in exile and to our friends like you for their support, so that His Holiness can one day return to Tibet. It's been 67 years for him being separated from his people, and they've been waiting every day, every single day, for his return back to Tibet. And at this point of time, they cannot even have a photo of the Dalai Lama at home. Once you talk about Tibetan freedom, you are behind bars. To have the photo of the portrait of the Dalai Lama, you are behind bars. So this is the current situation in Tibet. So I really am very grateful to the city council members for this support and for this proclamation. This is a moral booster to say that we are not alone, that the city is with us. And then thank you so much for standing on the right side of the history. Thank you for supporting, human rights in Tibet. And thank you so much for this proclamation, Mayor. Thank you so much. Yeah. And with this, this is a traditional kind of a Tibetan scarf. The white scarf indicates goodwill, purity, and auspiciousness. So this is our tradition. We offer this to our council members. And then also we have a latest book by His Holiness. Unfortunately, I don't have all the books autographed. I just have one book autographed. The others are the same, but this is the latest book by His Holiness that came out last year, and it was a bestseller. And I would recommend our audience here also to get that book, to get you the latest information on Tibet and what the current status is right now. It's called The Voice for the Voiceless. It's available, on Amazon and all this stuff. So I really highly recommend my audience here to read that book. Yeah.
Sure.
Forward by Bishop. Yeah, he said he read this so many times, so it's really an interesting book. Yeah. And I have some spare words. I can take it back. Just take a look. Yeah. You can have a and these are board members, just
And that brings us to 4-3, Women's History Month, International Women's Day. Vice Mayor Hanson Romero will read the proclamation.
Do we have anybody here?
We have lots here, but just go ahead and read it. We'll pass it off to staff later.
Gotcha. In recognition of Women's History Month and International Women's Day, March 2026, whereas March was designated as Women's History Month in 1987 by congressional resolution, and whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made significant contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and whereas women have played and continue to play critical roles in every aspect of American life, including the economy, culture, and society, contributing to the workforce both inside and outside of the home, and whereas American women were essential in the founding of many charitable, philanthropic, can't talk tonight, sorry about that, and cultural institutions, and have long been the primary volunteer labor force in our nation. And whereas throughout history, women have been at the forefront of the fight for equal rights as abolitionists, suffragists, civil rights leaders, labor activists, and peace and anti-war advocates. And whereas American women serve our country courageously in the military and law enforcement, and whereas American women serve as role models and leaders in the field of sports, athletics, including Ocean View Elementary School graduate and Olympic gold medalist Alyssa Liu, and whereas women have opened the doors of opportunity for future generations to become leaders in all fields, including professional, political, and community service, and whereas women continue to lead efforts advocating for reproductive rights, racial and human rights, justice, and LGBTQI+ equality, and whereas the City of Albany recognizes all transgender women in our community and throughout the world and acknowledge that they face systemic barriers to freedom and equality, we pledge to work towards eliminating violence and discrimination based on gender identity. And whereas women in Albany played a prominent role in our history protesting Berkeley's garbage dumping, which led to the incorporation of the city of Ocean View in 1908, and whereas women have held countless professional, volunteer, and elected leadership roles in both the City of Albany and the Albany Unified School District, providing immeasurable hours of service. And whereas women own and hold management roles in many independent businesses in Albany, increasing the vitality and commerce in our community while bringing unique perspectives, fostering innovation, and creating jobs. And whereas 7 of the 14 cities in Alameda County, including Albany, currently have women mayors. And whereas we take this opportunity to recognize and honor the women who currently serve in leadership roles in our city government as department heads, including City Manager Nicole Almaguer, Assistant City Manager Isabel Leduc, City Clerk Ann Sue, Finance Director Raina Schwartz, Community Development Director Dina Tassini, Human Resource Director Penny Ha, and City Attorney Mala Subramanian. I'm gonna mess it up anyway. Subramanian. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council hereby recognizes March 2026 as Women's History Month and Sunday, March 8th, 2026 as International Women's Day in the City of Albany.
Thank you.
I did the best I could, sorry.
And that brings us to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a brief report, understanding your agenda is fairly hefty tonight. Please note that the summer activity guide is now available in city facilities and also online. This guides our community through the opportunities through the summer for recreation, both camps, clubs, and special events. So please take an opportunity to look at that with a lot of new programming involved. Also, outdoor pickleball open play is a new opportunity for our community. This will take place at Ocean View Park on Tuesdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Starting tomorrow, in fact. And this is an opportunity to just get out and have some fun at pickleball without too much competition. So please enjoy that opportunity. Kids and Family Expo was this Saturday for those that were able to attend. It was a great event. We had over 300 kids and families join for this event, and it was a buy one, get one half price offer for our club programming over the summer for children, and appreciation to all of our recreation and community services staff for working on a Saturday to make this event so accessible to our community. Also, a reminder that we have the City Satisfaction Survey ongoing. This is really to get a pulse and feedback from our community on what's working, what isn't working, and how we can do better. So please take an opportunity to look at that and give your feedback. albanyca.gov/city survey 2026. We're tracking our progress over the years. We did the same thing last year and look to expand on that feedback. And please save the date for Albany Safety Expo, which will feature both of our public safety departments, which I am very excited to share, both police and fire, as well as recreation and community services, who work in concert together, really. And this will be on May 2nd from 10 to noon at the community center. A chance to get to know your public safety officers and also understand a little bit more about disaster preparedness and how we work together in the event of a disaster or emergency. Also, finally, Albany Reads is March 1st through May 31st. This is an Albany Library program. And the book will be The Poet and the Silk Girl, a memoir of love, imprisonment, and protest by Albany resident and author. So there is also a banner up at the library and community center regarding that opportunity as well. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any council questions, comments? Go ahead.
Quick comment on the Kids and Family Expo. Chief of Staff had me take him out there. Just want to say it was greatly run, really appreciate it. And I also learned that if there's ever a fire, I should never depend on a 3-year-old to help put it out. His timing was horrible.
Good to know. Are there any online comments? Okay, that brings us to good of the city public comment. This is a time for persons desiring to address the city council on an item that is not on the agenda. Please note city policy limits each speaker to up to 3 minutes. The mayor may reduce the time depending upon the number of speakers. The Brown Act limits the council's ability to take and/or discuss items that are not on the agenda. Therefore, such items may be referred to staff for comment or to a future agenda. Comments related to items appearing on the agenda are taken up at the time the city council deliberates each action item. The mayor will announce when that period is open on each agenda item.
Mayor, apologies. Just in case we had anyone who joined late, you remind people that item that was removed.
Right, thank you. We have, due to a staff member's health emergency, we have pulled item 8-1 from the agenda tonight, and we'll reschedule for a future date. Okay, so now good of the city, do we have some speakers?
Yes, I'll call 3 at a time. Stephen Alpert, Celeste Marks, Don Kawamoto.
Always good to go first. Good evening. I'm Dr. Stephen Alpert. Council members know I'm here to ask the city to justify why it follows only the minimum state mandate, notifying those within 300 feet of proposed new construction by postcards mailed but 10 days before first planning and zoning hearing. Moreover, Albany does not require posting signs at the project site detailing the proposed structures. As documented, other California cities have increased public notice to 500 and or 1,000 feet with alerts mailed 15 days before first hearing. Here it comes, my favorite. Alerting only those within 300 feet allows the Planning and Zoning Commission to propose, and the council then push through new projects, no matter how inappropriate, with minimal awareness and input from the community. Such was the case for the uninspired, oversized, 5-story mixed commercial residential modern box proposed for 1600 Solano, which if built will drastically alter the small-scale tree-lined character of Solano Avenue. Only 73 properties were alerted before the first Planning and Zoning Commission study session held in January 2022. Why do my wife and I assert that 1600 Solano is inappropriate? While there may be some debate on whether the building itself is inappropriate, and many Albany residents support this contention, as it violates every aspect of Albany's Planning and Zoning mission statement shown here. But tonight we will focus on the process for which 1600 Solano was approved, which most definitely was inappropriate. How so? State Law 330 allows for up to 5 city meetings to consider a project, and the first Planning and Zoning study session doesn't count. Video of the second P&Z Commission meeting on April 27, 2022 reveals 22 citizens expressing legitimate aesthetic and safety concerns regarding the project, and only 4 in favor, including the applicant and the architect. Video reviews about the initial study session and the subsequent April meeting revealed that far more discussion was on bicycle safety than the building's exterior. During the April 27 public comment, 3 attorneys, including former Mayor Chisti, questioned the city's application of density bonus on the ground floor medical offices and whether Solano Avenue qualified as a transit corridor. Nonetheless, the P&Z Commission forwarded the project to the City Council. During the single June 1st council meeting devoted to 1600 Solano, 43 individuals expressed legitimate concerns about the project. And then Vice Mayor Tiedemann noted, quote, the intensity of feelings expressed in many forwarded emails. Mayor McQuaid, then a council member, voiced opposition, calling the project disappointing, and urged continued work to make it, quote, more appropriate for its location. Despite overwhelming opposition and multiple calls for continuance, then Mayor Jordan called for immediate approval of the project as submitted. Note that council members Mickey, Lopez, and Hanson Romero were not serving in 2022.
Thank you for your comments.
Celeste will continue.
Good evening. I am Dr. Celeste Marks. As documented, despite overwhelming opposition, questions regarding the legality of the city's application of density bonus and calls for continuance, both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the council pushed through this highly controversial project during single sessions. The video of the June 1st council meeting documents numerous individuals concerned about increased traffic density and congestion at the dangerous Tacoma-Ordway Solano intersection and the risk of injuries due to the lack of drop-off area for children attending the applicant's ground floor orthodontist practice. Incredibly, the former Community Development Director Bond offered that, in his opinion, there would be no effect on traffic congestion. But there's no factual reason for this because no traffic study was ever conducted. The meeting videos clearly show the Planning and Zoning Commission, community development staff, and the council outright ignored or downplayed the community's legitimate concerns about 1600 Solano. Councilman Jordan, then serving as mayor, wrote that he felt compelled to vote in favor of the project because he feared a lawsuit from the applicant. Perhaps a lawsuit might have happened, but we will never know because the council approved the project in a single meeting. Albany residents appear to have registered their displeasure at city officials who disregard their concerns. There is no legal reason preventing Albany from expanding public notification for new construction, and the council has run out of reasons why it refuses to address the issue. If the council genuinely believes that alerting only those within 300 feet of all new construction just 10 days before a first hearing is appropriate, then defend this practice. Submit 300-foot notification as a meeting agenda item to allow for extended, in-depth public discussion. Lastly, while the density bonus may allow for 5-story structures on Solano Avenue, we and many others remain opposed to the ill-conceived design of 1600 Solano, which is utterly inappropriate for the salt, and appalled by the manner in which this project was railroaded through. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council.
Thank you for your comments. We do not, Don, hold on just one second. I'm sorry, we do not applaud or boo or make any reaction during public comment. We want everyone to feel welcome and able to speak their mind. Thank you. Go ahead, Don.
Hi, I'm Dawn Kawamoto. I'm an Albany resident, and I would just like to reiterate what Steve had said. All I would ask for is that the council look at putting this on the agenda item to have it as a discussion, to possibly look at expanding the 300-foot notification. You know, maybe looking at this, the size of the project, you know, every square foot, you add another 100 feet of notification or some metric. The bigger the project, the larger the expanded notification should be versus keeping it at a set level. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Adham Nasser, Peter Campbell, and Brian Martin.
Good evening. Have funds been found to help property owners for the soft story retrofit program? Would you consider delaying implementation until they are? The financial burden, especially for someone who bought property recently and is looking to refinance a loan that's coming due at a 3 to 4% increase in interest rate, which would be overwhelming. Add to that triple insurance, triple waste management bills, 30 to 40% increase in PG&E and water. It's simply too great a financial burden to absorb when the cost for retrofit will not be recovered in either higher rents or property value. Please help property owners with this predicament and undue hardship. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm Peter Campbell, Albany resident. I just wanted to comment on the city manager's comments about the Albany Reads program. I attended a program yesterday at this community center, an outstanding presentation by Dr. Ina and the struggles of her family during the Second World War when she and her family were relocated to what they called a relocation camp, but was really a concentration camp. The presentation was outstanding, and I encourage everybody to attend the future and upcoming programs. There's going to be a program tomorrow. Documentaries are being shown and everything, and it's just an outstanding program that everybody should attend. It's really an eye-opening situation that occurred then, and we're on the verge of having the same thing happen now. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you.
Brian?
Hi, my name is Brian Martin, Albany resident. I wanted to follow up with something from the last meeting from Good of the City, where it was noted that I noted that a number of city meetings have been canceled, and the response was particularly planning and zoning and the housing advisory. I don't know all the backstory behind the housing advisory. It sounds like there's a lot going on there and why it's not meeting, but I do urge the city to schedule those as soon as possible and get that together. It was mentioned at the last Good of the City from the city manager that, well, sometimes there aren't many things for planning and zoning to approve, building plans and things like that, and some things are more over the counter. That is true, but there's also things before the Planning and Zoning Committee that have to do with zoning and things like that that are part of the housing element, which they could be chewing on sooner than later, between addressing R1 zoning and zoning on Albany Hill through Measure K. Those are all things that those commissions could be meeting. And as someone that lives near the bowling alley project that was approved with 207 homes. I was glad to see the city did approve the project at 1600 Solano to make sure that the equity component of the housing element is met, where not all of the dense housing is put in one neighborhood. And so I do want to see more of that addressed with those committees and commissions, and encourage the city to look at the what they can be doing to help with the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. This is Nick Peterson. I'm a member of the Albany Climate Action Coalition, and I'm following on the previous speaker's comments. The Climate Action Committee meeting from last month was canceled. And the reason I was told was that there were no substantial items to be discussed. I'd like to remind the city that at the end of 2024, we passed a climate emergency declaration that says addressing Albany's contributions to climate change are a #1 priority. So it's a little contradictory to say the number one priority, there's nothing substantial to discuss. There's many things that could be discussed and brought up and put forward so the city can be advised. The Climate Action Committee is the primary advisor of the City Council on climate action. So just stating that, well, we didn't have anything to talk about, that's really disappointing. And I urge the council members to talk to their representatives on the committee and find out why they're not meeting more regularly, why a meeting would have been canceled because not enough was there to discuss. Again, I find this shocking. The other thing I wanted to say was thank you for the Coffee with the Cops last Wednesday. I was able to attend and was glad to meet with Greg Galliano, our new police chief, and talk to him a bit about the interest in climate action, our climate action and adaptation plan, and how every department in the city is to look at ways to reduce emissions, and encouraged him to, and queried him about whether he was supportive of looking into ways to diminish the emissions coming from police vehicles. He talked a lot about new technologies and whether they're applicable. I think that's fine, but if we can have almost $300,000 for tasers and license plate cameras, I don't see we can't spend $3,000 extra to make sure we have an electric parking enforcement vehicle rather than a gas-powered one. So again, I'm a little concerned that certain leaders in the city aren't correctly attuned to the urgency of climate action and the need for the city to be a leader, as in do things in demonstration of to other cities and to our residents that we're serious about addressing the key cause of climate change, which is carbon emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name's Jean Wu. I've spoken to the Albany City Council before. I'm an Albany resident and also a member of the ACAC. And I am, and still have been, very concerned that we have not made any progress on a resilience hub in Albany. The City of Albany has many different neighborhoods, and there actually could be more than one resilience hub. But definitely, this being the month of the American Red Cross, the American Red Cross has actually said that of the two possible sites in Albany that could be resilience hubs, the number one site is the Albany Community Center. The Albany Community Center, as we saw last Saturday, is a vibrant place. Many people come there frequently. There are a lot of activities. People are comfortable coming there, and it would be an excellent site to have the installed power, including solar and a adequate battery to maintain at least 3 days of power, to be able to recharge things, to have a heating and cooling center, to have informational sites and maybe mental health counseling, as well as providing food and clean water. For Albany residents, as we are well aware, we are within 1 mile of one of the largest faults in the United States. So just kind of pointing out that we need this to be on the City Council agenda and on the CAC agenda. And also, it would actually be a very big step forward if we could find, or you could find, a way to fund an actual a sustainability director, so that within internal meetings and planning at the City of Albany, sustainability continues to be top of mind. Thank you very much for all of your hard work, and we really appreciate the activities that are available in Albany. We'd like to see a resilience hub as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Brianna, and I am a student at Albany High School, as well as a peer educator with the TUPE Tobacco Use Prevention Education Program, also known as TUPE. As a peer educator, I work directly with other students to talk honestly about the harms of tobacco and nicotine use and to help prevent addiction before it starts. But with no guaranteed funding from our TUPE program next year, it's becoming harder for us to continue doing this important work. Programs like TUPE don't just educate students, they protect our health, our futures, and our community as a whole. That's why it's more important than ever to stop tobacco sales in our community. While we will continue to do our part by educating youth about the dangers of tobacco, education alone isn't enough when these products are still so easily accessible. We ask that you do everything you can do to prevent the tobacco industry from continuing to profit off the health of young people and families in Albany. Your decision has a real impact on students like me and on the next generation growing up in the city. Supporting prevention efforts and limiting tobacco sales is an investment in a long-term community health, not just for today, but for years to come. Thank you for taking the time to listen and for considering the health and well-being of our community. We look forward to hearing about the progress the city has made on this issue.
Thank you for your comments.
Elaine? Elaine, are you there? Okay. If you have any comments, please email to citycouncil@albanyca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff, do you have any responses?
No, Mayor.
Good. Okay, that brings us to consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of the items from the consent calendar. Any council member wish to pull an item? Seeing none, is there any member of the public wishing to pull an item? Anyone online?
Nope.
I will move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero?
Yes.
Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yep.
And the motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to item 8, presentation. As we've said earlier, that this item has been pulled from the agenda due to a staff health emergency and will be rescheduled for a future meeting date. That brings us to item 10-1, revenue measures, street tree, and streetlight funding. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm Devora Zotterer, Program Manager in Public Works, returning to you with an update on our efforts to fund improvements in our street tree and street lighting programs. With me also remotely are our Finance Director, Raina Schwartz, and here our Public Works Director and City Engineer, Mark Hurley. Continuing, as well as our consultant, who I'll introduce in a moment. Continuing on from our conversation with the council in November, staff has been working with the city's financial consultant, NBS, to develop a special tax measure for the upcoming November election. I'd like to introduce Amanda Welker with NBS, who will walk us through the background of the proposed funding measure, as well as the various scenarios for revenue targets. One note is that tonight's discussion is focused on establishing revenue targets that we can incorporate into rates and as well as going over the proposed tax methodology, which is largely modeled after the sidewalk tax passed by Albany voters in 2024. Staff will incorporate the council's direction from tonight and return likely in June for the next steps of the ballot measure process. Take it away, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and good evening, Mayor and council members and city staff and public. As Devorah said, my name is Amanda Welker. I'm representing NBS as the city's special tax consultant, and we've been working on the parcel tax modeling, which Devorah just alluded to. So we'd like to share some high-level details with you this evening, and we'd ultimately like to seek council's direction on moving the parcel tax forward. So we'd like to start out by talking about our street lighting revenue need. Currently, the street lighting evaluation that was completed in February 2024 brought some recommended actions to increase safety, reassure pedestrians have sufficient visibility, encourage walking and biking, protect human and environmental health, and enhance Albany's character. So that need translates financially into a $1.3 million CIP project that will be used for relamping the city's existing streetlights and also retrofitting, doing other recommended replacements that were part of that evaluation. And the annual cost will be approximately $185,000, which will serve to repay that loan in debt service. The additional need is for street tree maintenance, and currently that need is estimated at $600,000. The street tree management plan was created in early 2025, and it includes additional needs of grid pruning and regular inspections, a GIS inventory management system, increased systematic planting, and young tree maintenance, as well as some other service enhancements. These maintenance activities also align with the city's 2035 general plan and the climate action and adaptation plan. So what we are proposing to achieve these revenue targets is a citywide parcel tax. Just if you're unfamiliar with what a parcel tax is, it's a measure that will be brought to voters at the November election and would need to be approved by 2/3 majority vote, so just over 66.67%. The parcels throughout the city would be subject to the special tax, except for those that don't receive a property tax bill. Typically, those are public parcels that are exempt from property taxation. The provision is similar to our sidewalk tax, the provision for low-income discounts and for very low-income exceptions. So based on HUD guidelines that are updated annually, we will collect applications similarly, like I said, to the sidewalk tax. And then also we do have, based on our methodology, which I'll go into on the next slide, but we do have a cap of lot acreage, which would be the basis of the methodology, and that would be capped at 500,000 square feet, or 11.5 acre parcels would be the highest amount that we would charge per parcel. So through our modeling, we've come up with 3 different cases or scenarios here based on our revenue targets. So scenario 1, we've identified, kind of calling it our base case. This would get us to about $405,000 in revenue per year, and that will fund the street lighting CIP's annual loan repayment of approximately $185,000, plus the street tree optimal service in the difference between the current and optimal service levels. So those additional service levels that we would be adding, just the difference between what we're currently doing and that higher amount. Scenario 1 would provide sufficient funding to address the short-term increase in service levels and would be a conservative option should there be concerns regarding voter support of that tax measure. The standalone or scenario 2 would cover street lighting loan repayment and then the full street tree budget up to that optimal service level. That standalone scenario and also scenario 3, they would provide for a standalone revenue source for the street tree maintenance program and the reallocation of parks and open space resources to potential growth in other programs and would have more resilience to increasing costs of service. And then scenario 3, we've just added a little bit extra there for ongoing reserves, for ongoing needs that we may have specific to the street lighting. And now what we've done in terms of the modeling, we've based our methodology very similarly to that sidewalk parcel tax, where we've taken the lot square footage of each parcel, and we've determined how many square feet we have citywide. And then we took out some things like that cap of the 500,000 square feet. So any parcels that were in excess of that, we stopped at 500,000 square feet. We also removed the parcels that are exempt. And then we calculated to see how much we would need per square foot to get to our revenue targets. So the low range would be about almost 2 cents per square foot, and then the higher range would be almost 4 cents per square foot. We have some average annual costs listed here for residential, and this is based on scenario 2. So this is our kind of our sweet spot if we can get everything taken care of that we're looking for. Single family parcels would be in the ballpark of $150 per parcel. Again, this is completely dependent on that average lot square footage. So larger parcels would have a little bit more, smaller parcels would be less. Condo parcels on average were $40, and then multifamily parcels were $185, again, just based on lot square footage averages. And then the annual cost per parcel based on that average lot square footage. This one was a little bit tricky because we do have some very large commercial parcels, and they kind of skewed the average, so we just went ahead and, to make it a little bit more simple, 80% of our commercial parcels would be less than $200 a year, and then just a very small number would be higher than that, again, depending on how large the parcel is. So our next steps are listed here for you. Basically, again, this evening, we just like confirmation that we are on the right track with that methodology, and that you might be comfortable with scenario 1, 2, or 3. We're hoping to get all the revenue that we need to complete these programs annually. And then we would move on to finalizing our rate modeling, getting that final exact dollar amount or I should say cents per square foot. And then we would prepare a memo just outlining that. We would bring that back to council with a resolution that we would then get approved to take to the county and put that measure forth on the ballot in November. If that ballot is successful and passes, then we would be able to place that special tax on the tax bill in the following year, which would be 2027, in June 2027. And that's the end of our presentation, so we'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Are there questions from council? Councilmember Jordan?
Thank you for the presentation and the analysis, staff and consultant. I may be mistaken, but I don't recall seeing in the staff report a recommendation of duration. What is staff's preference in that regard?
So I believe this came up, we discussed this at one of the previous meetings. Their recommendation and the recommendation from our city attorney's office is for putting in place indefinite programming, having a funding source in perpetuity would be the best move.
So on the lighting side, since it includes a capital renewal project that, if I'm understanding correctly, the intent is to finance project to occur in a shorter time and pay back that financing over 10 years. What is the vision for spending this revenue after 10 years?
Thank you. That's a great question. So yes, indeed, the 10-year time horizon would be paying back the initial renewal project. We will have lighting. We have further recommendations for projects that are in the evaluation that we would like to move towards implementing, and with our current active transportation plan in review and development, there will be lighting elements and recommendations that come out of that as well to translate into capital improvement projects. And of course, as time moves on, we will have other scopes of capital renewal to do throughout the city that are similar to the capital improvement project that's recommended currently. So the idea is that it would be a funding source that would support this ongoing core service in perpetuity.
Theoretically, would it be possible to, there are locations where new streetlights were recommended by the street lighting evaluation study. Would it be possible to move some of those forward so they're not in year 11 and extend the financing? Or I'm just concerned if it's only relamping existing lighting. I don't know what the state of lighting is. I know there has been some relamping that has been done for those that have burned out. And so I'm just thinking as a voter, like, okay, am I just getting maintenance out of this? What am I getting? I hear a lot of concern about dark areas of the city, and so this wouldn't be making progress on that, if I'm understanding, for 11 years.
Sure. So what we've done is modeled this off the relamping. Yes, there are recommendations for additional lighting throughout the city in different areas. We don't have really good costs of what that would be, so it's hard to build that in. But my sense is, we have built some of this into capital projects, so this works in conjunction with our capital funding. An example, on the Marin project, we've added lighting at a number of intersections. So I think this isn't a zero-sum game. I think it works in conjunction with other capital financing or funding that we have. There might be opportunities as well, depending on where the numbers come in, to use this funding as well. So we're keeping it flexible.
Thank you. And was there a consideration of separating out the relamping project as a bond measure instead of financing it through a pay-as-you-go indefinite measure?
We really focused on let me understand your question.
Okay, sure. So when I'm typically on a project this is kind of a capital renewal project, if that's going to be financed by history, which is, I'm not an expert, those are typically done through a bond measure rather than through a parcel tax measure. Now, obviously, a bond measure comes from the ad valorem on the property taxes, but nonetheless, it's a bond measure.
So we didn't look at bonds specifically. One of the thoughts, too, is, thinking about how we did the last relamping, where we got a loan for, I think it was 10 years or plus or minus, and now we're at the point where we're just paying that off and we need to relamp. So some of the thoughts are that there are going to be capital renewal needs, maybe not in the first 5 years, but as things go. We were thinking more of a long-term reinvestment into our lighting system, so we keep it up at a certain level of service.
If I can add to that, one benefit of our third scenario is to add a small but potential amount of revenue that we would be able to build into a reserve, so that in the future for these types of projects, we may not have to lean on financing or may not have to lean on as much financing to be able to give us more of a little bit more resilience in being able to address needs more imminently without having to go through the financing process.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, this is Mark Hurley, our Public Works Director. He jumped right in. Thank you, Mark. I think I just heard you say that we're just paying off the financing for the relamping in 2008. I think it was in 2008, or am I not? That was the PG&E.
It was.
Awarded.
That's
I
about
believe
right.
2011, because I believe it was a 15-year term. Nicole might know better than I would.
Okay. Yeah, I think she was
working on
environmental sustainability right at the time. Yeah.
Yes. But yes, we're at the period.
Okay.
I mean, this sort of time horizon is sort of typical for, and especially as technology develops, we see different lifespans for this sort of thing. So it makes sense to have funding in place to support this. These cyclical, larger than normal maintenance, but in line with many of our other capital programs, which invest annually into capital renewal and rehabilitation.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't realize the financing on that was 15 years and it's just getting paid off. Seems like forever ago. On the street trees, just to confirm my recollection, the intention is, if this goes forward, then to change the city's ordinance so that street tree maintenance is now
Yeah, that's-
fully back with the city.
Yeah, that was discussed in detail in the last meeting where, this funding measure would go hand in hand with an update to the ordinance where it would be, the city would take on that responsibility more fully.
I can add that we're embarking on that process, and the next time we come back, we are hoping to have a draft ordinance to be the full package with the completed tax methodology and memo.
Great, thank you.
Working on that with the city attorney's office.
Thanks, City Attorney. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Anything, Jennifer? Any council questions over here? I have a couple of questions. When you were talking about the application for low income and whatever, I talked about this a little bit the other day with somebody. Can we even now start thinking about having one application for all tax measures that we can, so people aren't filling out different applications for basically the same thing? You don't need to answer that right now, but let's just kind of consider that. Is it one pot of money that is going to go for both trees and lighting, or is there a real division where trees get X amount of dollars and lights get X amount of dollars, or is it a little bit fungible?
So the intent behind the building of the revenue targets is to establish a general picture of what our annual need is, and then we would establish the use of those funds through the budget process in our biennial budget for maintenance and in our capital budget for projects.
Okay. It's not a hard line, it's a budget line.
We want to make sure that as costs change, we are able to adapt, but we'd be formalizing that as we see what conditions are.
Super, thank you. Are there any online questions? Comments? Whatever there. Oh, I should have done in-house first. I'm sorry. Let me start again. I'm new at this. Are there any public comments? Francesco, come on up.
Could you pull up the slide that has to do with who pays and who doesn't, or how you come up with the single-family homes have where the taxes are? There's a slide in there that designates. Can you bring it up for? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, ask your question first.
Okay, so I want to know, it was just a quick slide. One important question is who doesn't have to pay? You just said, well, there's some that are exempt. And then I want to know who the big payers are. For instance, it would be really helpful if instead of saying 500,000 square feet, you said, well, Safeway is a lot that would pay X amount, Target would pay X amount. Yes. And most specifically, I'd really like to know whether I guess the University Village doesn't pay anything, and where the residences are. But I would like to know very specifically if the Belmont the senior living center there is going to be paying anything, and if the Sprouts complex is going to be paying anything. Because are they exempt?
I can answer a couple of your questions, but without looking at all the individual parcel data, I can't give you all of the information, but I can tell you generally that public parcels, so those owned by a public agency, are typically exempt from taxes. They don't receive a property tax bill. Sometimes they can still be subject to special assessments, but this is not one of those, so they would be exempt from parcel taxes. I can tell you some of the top payers based on the square footage. Again, it's all the same rate for everybody. It just depends on how big the parcel is. Mm-hmm. Some of the top ones, I don't know if this name will ring a bell to you, but owner would be GGLH LLC with 4 properties, Golden Gate Hill Development Company, Target.
Yes.
So some private companies that have the larger, probably commercial lots are the ones that are going to be the top.
So what would
payers.
that rate be?
So we have the highest rate based on that 500,000 square feet is going to be, again, this is based on our scenario 2, roughly $17,000 per year.
Okay. And so, And so I was on the Financial Advisory Committee before it was disbanded, and we were trying to make an effort to find out what is the university paying from Belmont Village and the Sprouts. So that whole complex, it's a commercial.
Maybe I can help respond to this. With our newer parcel taxes, standard procedure by council policy is that we do the possessory interest. So those parcels would be applicable and responsible for payment as well. That is in our newer parcel taxes. So they would be included.
Okay.
And Francesca, I'm going to jump in here for just a minute. The clock isn't running. Can you start the clock?
Well, he already had.
Oh, he's already done. Okay. And also, I want to remind people it's not a discussion time.
Okay. And just one other question. I live on 800 block of Key Route, or I'd like to understand how it works. The lighting there is ridiculous. I mean, they have streetlights in which there's this little dot that doesn't do anything, and then half block down there's something that shines. And I inquired about this a couple of years ago, and I thought I was told it was going to be replaced. So what standards do you use for lighting so that we could expect a change as homeowners that we'll be able to see?
Francesco, that's good. And let's wait till we're all done and you can answer all the questions together. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Don Kalmoto, Albany resident. I would just like to address the council members. I'm sorry, kind of new to this topic, but personally, on a street where we have very poor street lighting, I would say street lighting is a safety issue, and safety first is my feeling about this. So if there is any money, a bond measure or a ballot measure to go out, I think more people would support street lights, because I hear a lot of complaints about it being dark on the street than I do about, oh, we need more street trees. So just for what it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just was wondering if there could be a little clarification in what you mean by relamping. Is that just maintaining what we have, or because it's inadequate at this point, so if you just maintain, it's not going to do a whole lot. Is there a plan for making them better, brighter, bigger, more? That's all.
Thank you. Are there any other comments in the room? Are there any online comments? Okay.
Hello? I hope that you can hear me. This is Jean again.
We hear you.
The street that we asked, actually, when I moved in over 30 years ago, we asked for more lighting, and we were told we could have it if we paid for it. So we on the street have been paying for this lighting for over 30 years, and at this point, it's only one bulb per lamp. It's like so dim, it might as well be like non-existent. Is any of this lighting going to affect that lighting? Because if it only affects things like Target and Safeway, then I see no reason why I should be paying a bond measure for this. We've been asking for lighting for years, and all we get is one bulb per light, and that's so dim you can miss it on walking down the street. Just in case you want to see, come and walk down my street.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Are there responses to the questions?
I'll tap in Mark to answer the relamping question if he doesn't mind.
Sure thing. So I think all the three questions were around what standards are we using, and a number of years, 2024, we completed the street lighting evaluation, which actually set guidelines. So in the past, we had one standard that was deployed across the whole city. Now we have at least 4 different fixtures that we use when we relamp. So when we say relamping, that's every light in the city would get switched out to the new standards. So that does 2 things. The standards were developed so that they provide the coverage and visibility, not adding more lights, but maximizing what we can do with the existing light structure. So there should be a pretty large improvement in lighting just by that replacement. And then that would be the base case that we would then fill in afterwards with new lighting. So it would be a complete redo of the city. And we recognize that in a lot of cases, lights are failing. They slowly lose diodes, and so they become less and less effective over time. And so that's the big urgent need for this measure right now.
Thank you. Okay, comments from council. Councilmember Mickey, are you ready?
Yes, and I'm once again looking at Councilmember Jordan because he jumped my question, or not my question, my discussion point. You know, I really thank staff for providing this information and really breaking the numbers down. It's really helpful. It's really great to understand what's the minimum we would need to get this work started and done. What's kind of a more robust funding scenario that would allow us flexibility. I appreciate that staff is looking at this as something that over time we can look at flexibility about how we roll it out so that it's really thinking about the public realm all together at once. But I do have a major concern, and it is while I appreciate the explanation that new lights will be brought forward as parts of CIP projects, that's really hard to explain to the public. When I think what I have generally heard from the public is actually a desire for more street light fixtures, and also when are we going to fix the light bulbs we have? And so I think there's been a large request for this additional light. And so what I'm hoping is that we can think a little bit of a way of how do we take something like maybe scenario 3 for the lighting that says, hey, like we're going to build a little bit of reserve fund, and it's not necessarily only for maintenance, but it's also to help us offset some of the CIP costs. Because my fear in the long term is that we will have projects that come in front of us where the road costs and the sewer costs are so high, there is no money to put in those new lights when something happens, so to cover that extra cost. And so being able to pitch this as something where we're building a reserve to help offset some of the costs in the CIP projects, I think would be beneficial to us to be able to really explain to the citizens that we're not only are we maintaining what we have, but we're actually doing more. And that you're not at the whim of kind of the budgets of CIP, which kind of depends on where our budget ends up over the next few years on how much we're going to be able to invest in those things. So I would encourage us to, or perhaps maybe staff, to think a little bit about what, in the robust scenario, is that enough to truly start to build a nest egg for potentially new lights, or is there a higher number that we need to be thinking about? I love everything else you brought forward to us.
Councilmember Lopez, any thoughts? Sort of jumping on, actually, let me give you.
Sure, I can support what Councilmember Mickey is saying. I think some clear increases in lighting need to be included in order for this to meet the requests of the people and be viable in that regard. One idea is to put lower wattage, lower power lighting on the poles that don't have it along the priority sidewalks that's on the sidewalk side rather than on the street side. So things like that. And in that regard, I would support more revenue for street lighting. And on the street trees, I'm curious what other council members think on this, but of a mind to split scenarios 1 and 2. So that some of the funding is still coming from Measure M for street trees, as it is currently, as I understand it. But some of that is also displaced by this new measure, so that the measure is more balanced between notional revenue that's spent on street lighting and notional revenue that is spent on street trees. Some questions that came up from comments. A commenter that if this measure is for the purpose of improving lighting on large commercial properties, then it doesn't really do what they need. Could staff speak to whether this measure would improve lighting on large commercial properties, if that's its purpose?
So this measure is solely focused on public right-of-way, so no private property or no private developments would be included in it, just streetlights.
Okay, thank you. There was a comment, well, I think it might have been the mayor's comment, that applications for tax relief, is that yourself? I'm sorry, I'm not remembering, are multiple applications to receive tax relief and that they should be unified?
If we could make it one.
Yeah, my understanding is it is one currently, at least for Albany tax relief. I mean, I know there's a separate one for
Right,
school
city
districts.
for school district is likely the complication there.
Yeah,
Let's be sure we get this one the same,
this one the same.
so that we don't
Okay.
start a new application process.
Yeah. Because that's the way it's been with the past measures. They've all just been added to that standard form. So, yeah, I mean, I appreciate that they're combined. You know, I think there was some intimation of maybe street lighting should be separate from street trees, but I appreciate that they're combined because I'm worried about flexibility as needs come and go on one side or the other. And so I originally thought that maybe this should be rolled into a reauthorization of the street paving measure, but staff's preference for good reason was to have it as a separate measure. Yeah, I think that's what I have. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for all of that in-depth information. Just one of the things that I think that we have to be careful of is wording, as you know, brought up as well, and give some real make sure that we have some background, some transparency as far as how it's been, why we're here, and the problem that we're trying to solve. So it's very clear to voters. Because obviously, just here in this room, we hear a lot of questions and stuff like that. So just having that background knowledge for our voters, I think, really helps, you know, them understand more. And just another piece on the street tree, this is also for removal of some that have, and replacement for those that are causing sidewalk issues, roof issues, everything else. And hopefully we're going to make sure that the street tree and the street light don't get too close to each other so that they're kind of not, yeah. So that's all.
Yeah, I realized I had a question or two. On the condominium calculation, the average condominium calculation, could you go through how that was calculated, given the condominiums don't sit on their own parcel each?
Yes, that's definitely a tricky one, Councilmember. So the secured roll is something that NBS receives from the county, and it is a parcel listing of every parcel in the city, and it has certain data points. And one of those data points for all parcels is the lot square footage. And specific to condominiums, it is duplicated. So it's very difficult. It takes the basically the footprint of that underlying lot, and if we have condos going this way and this way, it's repeating that, 15,000 square feet over and over for every single one.
Wow.
So what we have to do is we have to go in there and determine which of those condos belongs to that lot and divide by the number of condos that are in that building by that total lot square footage. So we have it's usually a very small, less than 2,000 square feet, sometimes smaller per condo, because we have divided it by the total lot square footage for each one.
Great, thanks for doing that work. Yeah, sounds fairly confusing. And maybe some information on the 500,000 square foot lot upper size for maximum assessment. That came about because all the parcels in Albany are that size or smaller, except for, I think, 2 that are Golden Gate Fields. And so in order to limit our exposure to future reduction of tax revenue, the decision of the council in past measures was to cap it because of the possibility that Golden Gate Fields is going to be bought by a nonprofit entity and or the state, in which case that tax would go away. So that's the rationale on that. Thank you, Mayor.
I guess my only comment is, I think what I hear, and I think what we all hear all the time, is we need more lighting. And so I'm wondering if, like with option 3, where there's a bit of a, what's the word I want to say, surplus to use over time, if we could front load that a little bit and start either replacing some of the bulbs we have or whatever, and sort of, so it starts out a little, I want to say brighter, so that, we start out changing lights right away rather than over a long period of time. Is that what you're thinking, or is that doable, or?
So the two pieces of this. The first piece is that, yes, with the capital renewal project, the intent is to finance the project up front so that we can construct the project. I mean, it takes time to go through the financing process and bid the project, but the intention is to be able to, with that project is currently unfunded in the CIP, and the intention is to be able to do that project sooner rather than later and to be able to see results quickly. The other part of that would be, no, actually, I think that covers it. I think we're good with one part. Thank you.
That's fine. Okay. So you need direction from us as to which option to pick. Is that correct? Well, I'll start. I would just say I would like to pick number 3. It's not a lot more than number 2, but I think the need is really great. And I think, especially if we're sort of front-loading it and people are seeing a real difference right away, that's good. And I think that number 3 gives us a better chance at that. You're nodding, so I'm in the ballpark, sort of.
I think scenario 2 and scenario 3 both would accomplish that goal of allowing us to finance the project. But from some of the other comments, and yours as well, being able to build that reserve to address, depending on staff capacity and other resource questions, and delivery conflicts with other priorities that have been expressed in the CIP. Building that reserve would enable us potentially to add to elements to improvement projects more quickly.
Okay.
So I guess I would start by saying, if we weren't looking to increase the number of lights, I am honestly I would lean towards scenario 1, only because it is, in the world of increasing costs of everything, it is the minimum that we need to get these programs running and going. I am intrigued by the idea of a scenario 2 or 3, where instead of saying where we continue to use Measure M to fund some of the street trees, but that would allow a redistribution of the way those funds are to more of a, not necessarily 50-50 split, but just something that would truly allow us to save up enough money to start putting in new light fixtures. And so I am, whether it's scenario 2 or scenario 3 in terms of the actual dollar amount, I think more for me is the split, right, between where we're starting, at least as we talk to the public, is the intent is right now, we want to collect this money to replace lights, install new lights, and start the program on tree maintenance. Over time, as street lights all get installed, that if that measure is still there, the funding can shift to be, instead of installing new street lights, offset Measure M. So Measure M doesn't need to be used for the trees anymore. But my preference, I guess what I'm saying is, I really like scenario 2. We don't necessarily today need to decide exactly the way that split is, but in that sense, that's why I'm more supportive of scenario 2 or scenario 3. I'm more inclined to go with scenario 2 just because something around scenario 2, because it is a little bit less, and knowing that I think in the long term, we'll be able to be reallocating those things, but we can tell the public this money will also be used to install new lights.
And I'm fine with 2. Thoughts?
I would say my personal preference is that we advocate for scenario 3. Partly not just because of the fact that it helped resolve very critical concerns that we are hearing from the community, but also allows us to have the flexibility to reimagine what safety in our community looks like through very direct and tangible city-led programming. And so, you know, not trying to toe the line on other items at this time, but I do think this does help also resolve some of the concerns our community has around safety. And I could speak from many personal experiences of, you know, the challenges of trying to navigate through some of our streets in the evening. And, you know, just understanding, like, yes, from a personal community member standpoint, very frustrated, but then also hearing my partner, like, why don't you do anything about this? And here we are trying to do something about it. But, you know, we have these conversations. I know it's tangential, but I'm bringing it up because we have these conversations and how, you know, the act of just simply improving something such as, you know, streetlights has tremendous community benefit for how we feel and how we navigate, and but also how we value the spaces that we're in. And this isn't just about, you know, streetlights, but also trees and, you know, our canopy coverage and what we're doing to fight the climate crisis. We have a responsibility. We need to own up to that. And so I'll leave it at that. I know I can get more long-winded than folks probably please or would want to hear right now. But as it stands right now, I'm pretty heavy-handed for scenario 3 right now.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yeah, I'm currently landing at, I don't know, 700,000 to 750,000 total, which is close to a little under scenario 2, with 400 to 450,000 nominally for street trees, which would displace in the near term, which would displace some of the current Measure M spending on street trees and leave $300,000 for streetlights in order to both pay the financing for the relamping as well as provide a meaningful amount of capital for adding more streetlights in the nearer term.
Was that 2 or 3 or?
It's none of them. It's
That's what I was waiting.
yeah. So you could just put down 300,000 for streetlights and 400 to 450,000 for street trees. So it's closest to 2 in total amount, but it's a bit of a different balance between the two, as Councilmember Mickey was suggesting or intimating.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero, your choice.
Kind of in the middle of 2 or 3. Part of me wonders too, just once we get through a lot of this major portion of things, having that continually coming in, when are we going to like take a look at that again? Is this going to continue to be necessary? Is there any way? I know we were talking about in perpetuity, but is there a way to raise the telescope or periscope on this again and look at it in a few years? Like, is this money actually still same amount being needed? I know lighting, you know, is constantly being updated and improved all the time. I mean, and, you know, just when we went and did a bunch of the first generation lights on Solano, 3 years ago, now those are even starting to look dim, and yet then there's also our bulbs that have been there since, the 50s? So, and I know that those take a great deal of cost and have other maintenance costs involved in changing out those tulip bulbs and stuff as well. So, yeah, I'm kind of looking at this from that aspect of things. Mm-hmm. Like, once we get past this major chunk, how much is this, you know, reserves are we going to need? So,
yeah, and I appreciate that comment, Councilmember Hanson Romero, because I think, you know, when I first got elected, one of the conversations I had with Nicole was, I loved our sidewalk tax. I loved how we could show the public that we were improving the public realm and we were being responsible with our funds. And I will tell you that my biggest hope is that the conversation we were having today would be street trees, street lights, and traffic calming. We didn't get to the traffic calming part, but one of the reasons why I wanted those three to be combined was that long-term flexibility that, you know, if we had a tax measure that passed, we would have a funding source for these things over many years. Because I think as a special tax, which this is, having it be able to be multiple buckets allows the staff flexibility without it being a general plan item, because a general fund issue, because if it's a general fund, then any council can decide to do whatever they want with that money. And I feel that having this be really allocated to the public realm is important. So I personally have some concerns about just having two items under this one item. But I think this is also the kind of thing where, given that this is going to the voters, it would mean that council at a future date could choose to amend this tax measure and either reduce the number or ask the voters if we can include other things like traffic calming into a measure like this, or perhaps at some point actually combine the sidewalk, street trees, lights, and just say, this is really about the public realm. This is about the things that you interact with every day when you walk to your car, when you walk to Solano, when you walk with your kids, it's something where it's really just talking about how does the city manage the public realm. But that's at this point a future conversation.
Can add to that as well. We actively monitor each of our special taxes in terms of your 2-year budget and would address that year over year. And as you know, with street trees, they're certainly long-term. So that's planting, pruning, removal, replacement, and whatnot. So the funding would certainly sustain over the need for the service year over year.
Well, and I think the same could be said for streetlights, that technology changes like burn out. I mean, I think there is an ongoing need. It sounds like, since we're giving direction, we're not really taking a vote here. Would you all agree that scenario 2 is where we're sort of falling, even though you're
I want a different split. Yeah. Total amount, yeah.
I'm comfortable with 750 for the totals being somewhere between 750 and 821, 700, right? It is mostly the split, because I would love to have more discussion with Councilmember Jordan about that split, because I would keep pushing for more to go into the lighting. But I think that really needs to be perhaps better informed with staff helping us understand what does it mean for you to get an extra $100,000 for lighting versus $200,000 for lighting in terms of actual ability to install lights. I can't tell you the cost of a street light, let alone running wire and installation. So I'm not sure right now for me where the break is, but I think the dollar amount being somewhere between 750 and 821. On reference, I think while I appreciate the average lot size in Albany being represented, I think of the typical lot size as 5,000. Scenario 2 is 50 cents a day, help us improve our street lights and street trees, and it's 51 cents a day for scenario 3. So I'm just, again, thinking of 5,000 square foot lot. So again, that's why I'm generally comfortable with this 750 to 821, is we're talking about 49 cents to 51 cents a day.
Did this give you enough?
We're between 2 and 3, and we'll come back with some additional analysis and some draft language.
So will you need to come back now an extra time, or will this just be like you had proposed originally, one time to come back with the ballot language and pretty much everything?
Yeah, we'll be packaging a handful of those for you in the near future, so this would be likely the first.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation.
If I may, I had a response to the vice mayor. I had in mind maybe a 10-year tax as well, which sort of goes to what we've done with sidewalks, which is kind of drives a periodic reanalysis. And that would seem to fit the street lighting part, but it's kind of this union between the two where, because the city would be changing its ordinance to take full responsibility for the street trees, then it needs to be indefinite, which, that's been my goal for sidewalks. It's turning into a 40-year plan. Hopefully I'll live that long. The city wants to make sure that the sidewalks are in good condition before it takes back liability, which is understandable. But I'm grateful that the city is willing to take the street trees liability now as a part of this measure. I think that's a great point.
Thank you. And that brings us to 10-2, local tenant protection measures. May we have a staff report, please?
Sorry, Mayor, I was just wondering if anyone needs a break.
Let's take a hard 10-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor.
Looking at my watch.
Yes, hello, I am Leslie Mendez. I'm the planning manager. Good evening, Mayor McQuaid, council members, and members of the public. As I mentioned, I am the planning manager, and tonight we are presenting staff recommendation to City Council following an evaluation of potential tenant protection measures as required by Program 5D of our adopted housing element. The city retained Chris Hess, who I'd like to introduce, who is the principal of Hess Consulting, to assist in implementation of this program. Chris is a housing and community development consultant with more than 20 years of experience in affordable housing, homelessness response, and resident services. He works with cities and counties and nonprofit housing providers across the Bay Area on tenant protection, supportive housing, strategy, and regulatory compliance. Before I do turn it over to Chris, I do want to take this time to really thank. We've had a series of Housing Advisory Commission meetings throughout calendar year 2025. And we had a large participation, and I really would like to thank all the members of the public who took the time to participate, and especially to our Housing Advisory Commissioners who have volunteered their time and energy and with respect and aplomb discussed, debated, and provided input on what this is a very critical, though often divisive topic. So I'd really like to extend my thanks, and I know there's two of them here in the council chambers tonight. And with that, Chris, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor McQuaid, City Council members, members of the public. Thank you, Leslie, for the introduction. I'll be here to talk about 3 areas of tenant protections that have been a focus of Housing Advisory Commission meetings over the last year, which is anti-discrimination and harassment, just cause for eviction, and rent stabilization. You can have the next slide, please. So the timeline of this work is up here. The council formed the HAC, or the Housing Advisory Commission, in March 2024 to study this and other housing issues. We did 8 meetings with public comment and debate among the commissioners last year. And in September 2025, the HAC made a number of recommendations, which we'll be showing you. You've seen them already in the session that we had in December. So then the City Council did have a session on December 1st to give the public further opportunity to comment, and that brings us to today when we're looking for your guidance on where to go next with this. Next, please. So yes, I mentioned these are the 3 buckets that we'll be talking about today. Go ahead. So when we talk about tenant protections in Albany or any California community, this is, of course, in a broader context of a state that offers many protections to all of the tenants here. There is a long record of anti-discrimination and harassment legislation, among the strongest in the country, in the state of California, including these areas that are shown here on the slide. Fair Employment and Housing Act, Unruh Civil Rights Act, which regulates business activities, and then other long-standing harassment and retaliatory eviction laws, which specify what types of what types of conduct are not allowed by landlords toward tenants. Next. So most importantly, we're currently in the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, AB 1482, which was later amended by SB 567. This provided a state-level rent stabilization and just cause for eviction set of protections. It doesn't apply to all units. It applies to those that are older than 15 years, and tenancies once they've gone beyond a full year of tenancy or 12 months. There is a limit, which is the lesser of the CPI, or 10%, for how much rent can be increased in a year. It does provide for just cause for evictions everywhere, and it is intended to expire or set to expire on January 1st, 2030, unless it's renewed or modified. Also, very importantly to this discussion is the Costa-Hawkins Act, which exempts exempts units that were built in 1995 or before from local rent stabilization, not the state rent stabilization. It also requires that whenever units become vacant, the landlord may set the unit to market rate. Finally, the Ellis Act allows that property owners can go out of business. They can terminate tenancies in order to remove units from the market for a variety of different reasons described there. So the options that are available to local programs and that we discussed in HAC generally run into these three buckets of work. And there's a lot more detail on this in attachment 1 of the staff report. So we can strengthen discrimination and harassment protection stronger than what the state offers by adding protected categories. Some communities have additional civil rights offices that will counsel tenants or do investigations. And if the City of Albany wishes to do that, it would apply to nearly all rental units in the city. Strengthening just cause is an option. The city may regulate timetables. It could expand the units that are protected under just cause, establish relocation payment requirements. This has a reasonably broad application up to almost 3,000 of the city's rental units. And finally, the council could choose to add local rent stabilization, which is to cap rent increases at something lower than the level that the state offers. But always remembering that the council can only cap rents for units that are allowed under Costa-Hawkins, meaning they were constructed before February of 1995. We estimate 1,900 units in the city would be subject to a local rent stabilization program. We received a lot of public input, both here at the council and at the Housing Advisory Commission. Property owners and property owner associations were very well represented in this. And some of the feedback that we received from them is that, yes, rents are going up. So are the operating costs. We've heard some very dramatic stories about insurance, maintenance, and energy costs going up. The property owners say that the state law is providing enough protection. We don't need a local program as well. And in fact, that there may be some risk of landlords exiting the rental market entirely if they feel that local regulation becomes too much, that they can't make a good return on their investment. Tenant advocates, which were represented in much fewer numbers overall in our meetings, did say that rents are growing faster than incomes. Residents here in Albany are at risk of displacement. That yes, there's state protections, but those may be difficult to access, and that a local set of protections would have some advantages there, and that the limited legal representation that may exist for tenants does put them at a disadvantage when it comes to evictions and court processes. The HAC voted in September to recommend a number of different measures on harassment and discrimination, just cause for eviction, and then I'll show on the next slide rent stabilization, that the council should consider including in a framework for a local tenant protection ordinance. I say it's a framework because we did not talk about specific rent levels that we should set here or the exact expectations of the scope of the program. We didn't weigh an amount of staff or a cost-benefit analysis on this. These were voted on generally as ideas that the majority of the HAC would like to see explored and for City Council to consider. Generally, that vote went 4-1 on almost all of the issues. Next one, please. I'm not reading off all of the measures that were recommended because that would take a lot of time, and you have seen it before. It's also in the packet. Next, please. We have looked also at what data is available that might indicate what rental conditions are in the City of Albany. One piece of data that's available to us is eviction filings. So we looked at eviction filings. This chart does show for the last 3 years in various jurisdictions of Alameda County, some of which have tenant protection ordinances and some don't. Now, this means that evictions were filed. It doesn't indicate what was the outcome of that who prevailed, whether the eviction was withdrawn. It also doesn't show households that left without an eviction ever being filed, perhaps because they didn't want something on their record, and so they left voluntarily. However, that's not data that is available. This is data that's available, and obviously you would rather be Albany in this situation because we have a much lower rate of eviction adjusted for our renter population than other communities. And that does, by the way, really reflect what the community has been telling us in public feedback. We looked at data that's available on what is happening with rents in Albany. I direct your attention first to the orange line. These are the observed median rents that we found in Albany starting in 2020 through 2025. We do see that there's about a 30% increase in rents over that time, which is very significant. That data came from the census and from Zillow. It combines a lot of things, including all different sizes of units that turned over, as well as tenants that remained in their unit and experienced a rent increase. Once again, this is the type of data that we have, and it is the best picture that we can get. I do believe that this does reinforce a lot of what we heard from tenants and those that advocate for tenants in the city, which is the comparison between the orange line here and the blue line. The blue line is a simulation. If you took that same rent of $1,927 in 2020 and increased it with the consumer price index, which is a measure of inflation, you would end up with a much lower rent, meaning that rents in Albany are increasing faster than inflation and probably faster than incomes. Also noteworthy, though, is the purple line, which is if you applied that rent amount to the state's maximum, which is generally running between 7 and 10% per year of allowed rent increase, we do find that Albany rents are not increasing at that type of a rate, that there is some market pressure bringing rents away from what potentially the maximum could be. And further, that we do see that the orange line is flattening a bit between 2023 and 2025. At least it's approaching the CPI a little bit more after really dramatic increases in the first couple of years during the pandemic. And next, please. Finally, we've heard, as I mentioned, that operating costs for landlords are rising quite a bit faster than CPI. We did look at that here. The Bureau of Labor Statistics publishes the CPI. It also publishes various components of the CPI, including insurance, energy, and maintenance costs. And we found that those are rising a great deal faster than CPI. They're also rising a great deal faster than the actual observed rent increases in the city of Albany, and bring up the concern that should the city try to push rents down through a rent stabilization regime, that could result in owners having a difficult time getting a good return on their investment. Next, please. So ultimately, coming to the staff recommendation, we've concluded after the public feedback, after the data that we've received, and after debating at the HAC, the staff has concluded that the conditions are not such in the city that we should be investing the staff time in building a rent stabilization program that would, with the experience of most other communities, require at least 2 full-time staff and a couple of years to get off the ground, in addition to a lot of other types of costs. What we are recommending that we do is further education and outreach, which could include some workshops for renters and property owners, probably in separate workshops done by outside organizations, a centralized housing resource website, because many city websites do have a landing page for all things that are related to housing, whether they have a tenant protection ordinance or not. We don't have that in Albany, and we could. And also to use the opportunity of the business license process to do more education, particularly of the property owners, about what their responsibilities under the state laws are. We would like to publicize the rent review program further. It's run by Echo Housing. It is an opportunity for renters and property owners to discuss rent increases in excess of 5%. And it has a lot of capacity for more utilization. right now. We do believe that a lot of folks don't know about it. And then finally, ongoing monitoring. Some of this data and information, as well as what the public is telling us, are things that we would really recommend the City Council continuing to look at so that we have an opportunity to revisit this should those conditions change in a way that would be a little bit more indicative of the need for a local program. So with that, I'll be opening up for questions. Although there was a question that came in the public comment, if the council wants me to address that or to address your questions first, either way is fine.
We'll start with council questions.
Okay.
Council on this side? Okay.
I'll occupy my traditional position here. Could you explain how the Zillow data, which I presume was used for 2025 estimates, given that American Community Survey data existed for prior?
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. The Zillow data was used for 2024 and 2025 in the lack of any data from the census on those years. It's obviously not optimal because it doesn't necessarily reflect actual tenancies. It reflects advertising for tenancies. But it is a publicly available data set that doesn't require a big market study. And does, to some extent, track with the other types of rent increases we'd seen in prior years.
Was there a comparison for years that overlap relative to the statement you just made, so for 2023, 2022, to see?
I did look at that, actually. I don't have the numbers on a slide for you or anything. I found that it generally tracked, although Zillow's data was a little bit behind what the census reported. So if anything, if that trend does continue for 24 and 25, then that orange line with census data would probably be a little bit higher, and the rent's a little bit higher, actually, than what we got with this analysis.
And when you say track behind, does that mean that the American Community Survey, ACS acronym, median rent was higher than what you would get from Zillow typically?
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's fascinating because conventional wisdom would have the opposite typically, since understanding Zillow is what's like vacant on the market being advertised. Oh, that's fascinating. Thank you. There was a question in the written input. Could staff or yourself, and thank you very much for all your work on this, provide an example of an property, a building that's in each property type residence category? So there are a number of categories that were listed on the tables, and somebody just asked, could you?
Yes, definitely. I did see that question. So we're looking at attachment 1 of the staff report. There were a few tables on what types of units in Albany are likely to be affected by a local ordinance. UC Village is student housing and it is state-owned. It would not be impacted by a local ordinance for either just cause or rent stabilization. Detached single-family homes that are rented, obviously, if it depends, first of all, always on construction date. So if they're 15 years old or more, they might be in the state. If they're constructed before 1994, as most of our housing is, they would be covered by a local rent stabilization ordinance. For the state, it depends on the ownership. If the ownership is like a family or a small owner, then state protections don't apply. If it's an LLC with a corporate owner, they do. Duplexes and condos are a little bit different, but have the similar situation with the ownership exemption, and generally are exempted from Costa-Hawkins.
If I could just break in there, so I see in the footnote, if I understood duplex, if one of the residences in duplex is occupied by the owner, and state law doesn't, state law particularly on rent.
Thank you for that. For duplexes specifically, that's right. If there is an owner living in one side of the duplex, then the other side is exempt. Whereas if there is a duplex that is fully rented to tenants that are not owners, then it could be included, depending upon all of the other qualifications like construction date.
Okay. And when you say exempt, we're talking specifically about stabilization, because there's some differences between the tables. I'm just
Yes,
confirming.
that's
Yeah,
right.
okay.
Unfortunately, it's a complicated area of
Yeah,
law.
sure.
And there's overlapping requirements, clearly. For rent stabilization, the condos are not eligible for local rent stabilization under Costa-Hawkins uniformly.
Uniform, okay.
But for just cause, they could be included, depending on how you design a local ordinance.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I didn't catch the condos were not excluded, no matter date of construction. Thanks. Then I had one more question. Well, I guess if you keep going with examples from each of these
Definitely,
rows.
yeah. I can do that really quickly. Belmont Village and Saha are, or generally affordable housing, are similar in that they are exempt from local rent stabilization. They could be included in local just cause. Many cities don't mess with it. Because there's a number of different regulatory agencies on aging or on affordable housing that are involved and enforce more significant requirements on them. And then finally, the other rental units is just what remains. It's mostly multifamily units, mostly constructed before 1995, and thus eligible to be locally rent stabilized. They would be those are the 1,900 units that a local program would control the rent for.
Thank you. Which of these categories would a property that has a single detached primary residence plus an ADU, which of these categories would that fall in?
So the ADU is not mentioned as a specific exemption or inclusion. Something like a junior ADU that's attached might be a duplex. There actually hasn't really been case law, as far as I know, to really define that. But a detached ADU would be eligible for rent stabilization or for just cause if it was constructed on rent stabilization. Sorry, it would be if it was constructed before 1995. Most ADUs are actually more recent in the city. So then it depends if they are the 15 years or not, whether the state rent stabilization and just cause would apply.
If I could just add one more thing, because we did consult with our city attorney on this, and ADUs are not specifically exempt. So unless they were constructed after 1995, they could be subject to a local ordinance, both for just cause for eviction and rent stabilization, whether they're attached or detached or converted.
And if they're constructed after 1995, are they still exempt for just cause or?
No, then we could include them in just cause ordinance.
Not rent stabilization?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sorry. So the interpretation is that an ADU does not make a single-family house a duplex.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, staff, consultant. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions? Okay. Councilmember Mickey, any questions? Councilmember Lopez?
Just a couple, and I know I previously asked the city manager about this, and just thinking quick clarification. The data that was presented to us, is that inclusive of UC Village? Okay, and if, to the extent possible, if you're able to answer these questions, amazing. If not, because I know it's a little convoluted. One, is that data able to be parsed out?
Okay, so the data on evictions does technically include UC Village. However, it would be only if a UC Village unit went all the way through to the county eviction process. The university actually has its own kind of program agreement around those units. They don't resemble typical tenancy so much. They have a relationship with a student or a faculty member that could make them, cause them to leave the unit without going through the court process. So are they included? Technically, yes, because if an eviction went that way, if someone really bunkered down and refused, the university probably would have to go through the courts to get a sheriff's lockout order. For rent stabilization, the U.S. Census does not distinguish, and it does include those units in the overall count of units in Albany. So the answer is yes, in terms of looking at the average rent according to ACS.
Okay. So then that leads to probably my last follow-up question. And again, this is around UC Village because I know, again, it's a little convoluted over there. It's a weird situation when your landlord is also your employer. I know from personal experience. Does the data that was presented on the observed rent, average rent increase in Albany, is that also accounting for the fact that the UC had skyrocketed folks' rent by over 20% for anyone who moved in after 2024?
Okay, so I'm not familiar with UC's rent increase, but I do believe that it would be included for ACS for the years 2020 through 2023. For 24 and 25, we had to use Zillow as a gauge of the market, and I don't think that UC probably is advertising, so I think it would not have included any of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any final questions?
So then, basically, just as a follow-up to that, that's really skewed some of the data there, especially since, you know, so really, it's looking like a bigger issue, including UC, when in actuality, it's really not.
Well, I don't know for sure because it, you know, the census and Zillow don't parse out UC versus other types of units. Anecdotally, it sounds like there was a very big rent increase that probably wasn't included in the rental data here, though. Because it was 2024, if I heard correctly.
Councilmember Mickey?
You know what? I'll save it for discussion. It's okay. I'll write it down and save it for discussion.
Okay. Is that it right now from staff?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we will begin public comment. And before we go, I just want to remind everyone of the rules of decorum. Be respectful of each speaker. Address the council, not the audience. And please, no applause or negative comments or noise. We want everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not to be intimidated by audience comments or reactions. How many here are planning on speaking? Okay, it's 9:20. I'm sorry, but I'm going to cut it down to 2 minutes. So let's begin. The clerk will read 3 names. If you can line up, we'll just keep rotating through. Try to be as succinct as you can, but we do want to hear from everyone.
Okay, on K, and then second one, Bell, last initial A, Nancy R.
Hi, Don Kawamoto, Albany resident and Albany landlord. I really implore you council members to look at education for tenants, for landlords, especially new landlords. And it's really, this point really was driven home to me a couple weeks ago. I got a call from a friend who's renting an apartment in San Rafael. He called me saying the property, his landlord sold the property. The new landlord wants to jack up his rent. And he told me how much. And I said, that's above the state limit. They can't do that. And I gave him the name of Alexis, who works for the San Rafael Housing Department, which has an awesome, awesome housing rental landlord website. It's a great website. You guys should check it out. Anyways, so I pointed him to the San Rafael housing manager, Alexis. I pointed him to legal aid. But what this told me was that you can have as many laws as you want, from rent control to just cause, and it doesn't mean a diddly, because if the tenant doesn't know about these laws, and if the landlord, especially new landlords, don't know about these laws, the laws aren't going to matter. They're not going to know they have to do these certain things or that they're entitled to these different rights. So I would really encourage you to put all your money, if you're going to like get the biggest bang for your buck, and put all the money into education and really getting the word out to all the tenants in Albany and all the landlords in Albany about these different programs that can help them learn about the laws. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Belle Adler, and I own one very small ADU, so it's not going to go, it's not appropriate, these regulations in my case. But I did want to thank you for a remarkable presentation. I had a whole bunch of questions, and I don't have them anymore because you've answered them all. And I was really also glad to see that Albany is doing a righteous job with their tenants. I strongly believe in tenant protection, even as a landlord, but I do think that there needs to be some balance. That said, I would also urge Councilmember Mickey, I think the last time I was here, you said that you recused yourself because you were a landlord. I think your voice needs to be heard. You're very reasonable and knowledgeable, and I think that needs to be the balance between the two, because it is a business arrangement. And thank you very much. I thought that was really excellent.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I know we usually wait, but can I just address that one issue just to make sure? So in the past, I have had to recuse myself because we had not gotten a decision from the state whether or not I could participate. And so as we passed the housing element, I was not allowed to even be in the room. And so since I'm in the room, we have heard back from the state. Thank you to the city attorney for continuing to ask the state for clarification. I am allowed to participate in this, and I am allowed to vote. So.
After Nancy would be S, BJT, and Mike Z.
Hi, my name is Nancy Roberts. I'm a longtime Albany resident, and I own a condo over at Bayside. So I am exempted from Costa-Hawkins, but I'm here as a community member. I've spoken here before about how tenant protection measures would impact mom and pop housing providers, and I've already lodged my concerns about the impact on our community if the new measures are too onerous and the mom and pop landlords are forced to sell their properties to the corporate buyers who are waiting in the wings to buy up the majority of rental properties. And I will tell you, they must have access to the business licenses, because I get contacted all the time about selling my property. So they're just waiting to buy it all up. My concern tonight is what is driving these measures. Where's the evidence that Albany suffers from excessive evictions and rent gouging? The evidence that you mentioned seems sketchy. It sounds like Albany is not in line with the rest of some of the cities in Alameda County. We've already got protections with this from the state that includes rent caps and eviction protections. So why are we enacting solutions to a problem that we don't really know that we have, just to create new problems and with corporate buyers eating up our property or buying up our property?
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And just a reminder, we're not going to do any clapping or booing or anything.
My name is BJ Thorsness. Oh, this thing moves. Or Elizabeth. And I used to live in Albany, but now I live in El Cerrito, but I'm an Albany landlady. And my first thought was, why? Just what she said. Why are you doing this? Is there a problem? How come I haven't heard that there are problems? And I'll tell you, in El Cerrito, I kept, every meeting after meeting, tenant advocates were coming in and using Zillow. Don't use Zillow, really. It's wrong. If I could get the rent that's in Zillow, I'd just go to Hawaii, move to Hawaii and live. And so I kept coming in and saying, we can't get those rents. That's nonsense. You don't know what your rents are. You have an idea, and you're probably in the ballpark, I would say. So El Cerrito decided to put in a rent registry. I just kept hounding them as much as the tenant advocates were. And the Apartment Owners Association hate rent registries because they think they're the beginning of rent control. But we found out that on the whole, our rents were below both the state and HUD's affordability things. They were amazed at it. I was not, because I know we have a lot of small-time landlords, which I think you have in Albany. The big corporate buildings were a different story when there's property managers too, because they aren't, they're not the owners. We actually found out, and we're monitoring. It serves to monitor as well, and the landlords pay for it. But from my point of view, I'd rather pay for that than pay for rent control we don't need. When you put in real rent control, I think the state's is good, what the state has, but things happen right away. Average rents go up, diversification goes down, gentrification goes up. These things are part of the research. Affordable housing goes down. That it?
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, I had so many more things to say. Thank you, everybody.
I'm Kirk Schumacher. You've seen me before, some of you multiple times. I'd agree with her statement that a 2-minute time to speak with you folks really doesn't give an opportunity to see what's really going on. But the thing for you folks to think about is that we're in a capitalist society where if you want more of something, you make it easier, you make it cheaper, you make less bureaucracy in the way, you make it more profitable. If you want to get rid of something, you put more burdens on it, you make it cost more, you make the return be less. If you want to have less rental housing in Albany, put in rent control, put in all these other things that have been proposed. I was glad to see that the recommendation is that there's really not a need for that here because there really don't seem to be these sorts of problems here in Albany. I haven't seen any issues of harassment. I don't, hear anything like that. I've provided 500 years of rental unit availability in my career as a rental housing provider. I've only had 2 issues. One was a woman who didn't pay her rent. She got an eviction notice, and suddenly, within 5 days, she tripped on the stairs and needed a $5,000 payout by my insurance company. The other one was a guy where a tenant committed suicide off premises. A friend of his thought that meant he could move into the apartment and live there rent-free. I said, that's really not how this is going to work. I don't think there's a problem here that needs a solution. I think that, all of the metrics for Albany seem to be better than the surrounding communities. And if you put something that creates a wedge between the owner and the tenant, it's going to make things worse here. It's not going to make them better.
Thank you for your comments.
After Mike would be Francesco P., Peter C., and Michelle L.
Right. Hi, my name is Mike Sojaji. I've been an Albany resident for 21 years. I want to talk about short-term rentals and from standpoint of community connections. We own a house. We have a short rental, and majority of our guests are actually locals. They come to see family members, grandparents coming, seeing grandkids, people seeing their grandparents or family members coming for holidays, graduations, and other events. It's a great city, but a lot of the houses here are small, and so families cannot host other family members that are come in. So this is where short rentals come in. They fill the gap, help the family members to stay in the neighborhood close to the people that they want to see. We've seen this. It's common every week, it's a common occurrence here. There's direct financial benefit to the city. 10% of the money does go directly to the city as a transient occupancy tax. Visitors go and use the restaurants, go to restaurants, grocery stores, and help sustain our local economy. We are not big corporations, mom and pop. We do this so we can help with the high expenses, mortgages, insurance, maintenance cost, just like any other operator here. If you're considering eliminating short-term rentals, maybe you should look into policy tools. For example, right now, if you have a house and an ADU, you have to live in there, you cannot rent it. Why is that? If a person leaves, you allow that, relax that, both the house and the ADU can be rented out. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your comments.
Albany is a great small city, and home buyers and renters come here and pay more per square foot because of the great schools, and it's a safe place to live. It's safe because we teach and practice respect for ourselves, our neighbors, our neighborhood, our local businesses, and our environment. And our teachers and leaders should follow those same values. The rent control effort is led by a few well-meaning local people, but spearheaded by activists from throughout California, whose goal is to create a one-size-fits-all repressive rent control everywhere in the state, undeterred by the disastrous, unexpected consequences of their misguided social policies. Key to this rent control strategy is to create a bad guy who must be punished. They use generalized statistics that they extrapolate ridiculously to Albany. Albany is 19,000. Oakland has 440,000. Richmond has 115,000. Ignoring real trends, they create an enemy that must be controlled. They are sowing disharmony and discord while they paint all landlords with the same ugly brush. They want you to be their enforcers and to pit us against them. They're asking you to do their dirty work. Instead, show us how we respect one another and work together. They want you to regulate and punish. Instead, educate and incentivize mutual respect. Show why Albany is such a great small city.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lee. I am a small housing provider in Albany. We also have a small property in the adjacent rent-strict city of Berkeley. Just want to tell our story. We came to the Bay Area with nothing. We started as renters in San Francisco, Berkeley, and then Albany. Through years of hard work, sacrificing lifestyle choices, we saved enough money to invest. Instead of choosing to turn a quick profit by flipping a property, we thought, why not invest in the community we love and we live? So we became a landlord. We make a point to know every one of our tenants personally. We respond to their repair requests timely. We answer phone calls and texts over the weekend. When we have to raise rents, we follow all the rules and guidelines and take their situation into consideration. We're now putting our Berkeley property on the market for sale next month. If you're interested, you can check it out. If it all goes well, it will look like we made money on paper. However, after we take away transfer tax, broker commission, taking account of all the capital improvements we've made, we're lucky to break even after owning it for 9 years and actively managing it. And our broker told us we're in the rare case that we're actually looking like we're making money. Most people are selling at a loss right now. But don't need to feel bad for us. After all, it's just an investment decision, maybe not a smart one. But please do feel bad for our tenants. They most likely will have to deal with corporate landlords, go through lots of trouble to get their repair needs met. If the numbers didn't work well, that's why we're selling. So if that happens in our Albany property, we'll be offloading that one too. So this measure is displacing small landlords like us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
After Peter would be Elaine S., Bryce N., and Daniel W.
Good evening. I'm in general pleased with the staff report that addresses many of the ideas that rental providers have for years urged to be considered. I believe it is the responsibility of the government to care for those who are unable to care for themselves. This is a legitimate and necessary function of government. I support this concept, and I suspect that if you polled rental providers, most would agree with this. However, there are things that need to be considered, and this is important. If regulations require individual rental providers to support the rent burdened, there will be little to no incentive to rent to anyone in a lower income level bracket. This would be contrary to the goal of providing a vibrant and equitable housing system, one that serves the entire community, not just a chosen few. Lower income tenant protections are fine, but don't burden just the rental providers. These are public issues and should be funded by the public at large, not just one small group of business owners. Let's look at Albany Village. The actual number of household units in the village is closer to 1,263, not the 974 as stated in the reports, because of recently completed units. It is fair to assume that most of those student tenant households are in a lower income category and therefore account for a very large percentage of our rent burdened residents. The data as presented does not distinguish this. It is important to remember that the Albany Village residents will not be affected by anything the city enacts. Yet they represent a huge percentage of the renters in Albany. Therefore, are draconian measures justified? Sure, there are and probably always will be a few renters who need assistance and on some level, but I urge you to set up publicly funded programs to take care of these situations. A one-size-fits-all approach is not justified or wise policy.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, I'm Elaine Stelton. Some say the tenants are over 50% of the population, but when you take Albany Village out of the equation, depending on whose numbers you look at, that number drops dramatically. I'm concerned about any attempt to draw meaningful conclusions based on the survey that Albany did, and also by the commingling of data. I mentioned I worked for the census, and we did go door to door in Albany. And of course, Albany Village was a very big concern of ours, and I can go into more detail about that, given that it was during the pandemic. However, one thing I noticed is Albany rents are extraordinarily high. And the people who live in Albany Village are tenants, so of course they're cost burdened. They are not working full-time. Many of them are families if they're in the village. And so all that data is commingled. I called Albany Village today to ask them if they keep track of who is low income, and they don't. So but we can be pretty sure that a good segment of our population that is claiming to be cost burden, and probably is cost burden, is actually living in Albany Village. In addition to that, as mentioned by Mr. Hess, the village has their own eviction system in place, and it's more expedited than our system. But that data additionally is commingled with our data. So it's very hard to suss out with regard to Albany Village being such a very large portion of tenants in Albany. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello there, my name is Bryce Nesbitt, and I came here tonight to tell a rent control story. I have a bunch of them, but tonight just one. And a disclosure, my extended family are beneficiaries of rent control. An extended family member has an apartment in Greenwich Village in New York City, and they pay $105 a month and have for decades. Their stability allowed them to hold on to that rent, and where someone who had to move would not have that advantage. My rent control story is from locally on Marin Avenue, my parents' home. And when I was 1 year old, they had extra space in their house, so they started renting out what eventually became my bedroom to a student during the term. And then every summer, it was a guest bedroom, and then another student, often the same student. And that going back and forth was fine at the time, but eventually with the passage of the rent control ordinance in Berkeley, that became impermissible, but they didn't notice. Then eventually a student moved out, and instead of a new student, an older guy came. Turns out that He'd missed his bus, so he was going to go to a different house, but he went to my parents and he moved in. But he didn't move out 3 months later. He stayed. He stayed for 25 years, the last 5 of which he was unable to pay rent. But I'm telling this story to talk about a situation where there was access to a room or a place in a house that's just not possible under rent control. So had you had a rent control, that place would have been a guest bedroom all the time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
After Danielle is Robert C. and Aaron
Good
T.
evening, honorable city council members. My name is Daniel Winkler. Some of you may know me. I was on the Housing Commission with Aaron. And I'm here to speak to you tonight on this subject matter with regards to this rent ordinances. I think the presentation that Mr. Hess put together and Ms. Mendez did was actually very fair. I was surprised to see it come out that way, considering how the voting went during our meetings at the Albany Housing Commission. My first point of feedback, during all the HAC meetings we did not have any tenants coming to the meetings with protests, signs, saying anything about the rent rates in Albany. It was eerily quiet from members of the rental community. We did have a rental resident call in, I believe, once or twice. But the people that showed up were the people that provided the housing. From this observation, I started to ask myself, where is the crisis? Where are the folks that are complaining about the rent or how their landlord may treat them? From fellow Commissioner Margie Marks, I heard that she does a laundry day in Albany, and that the folks that come there all talk about how bad the owners are, that they provide the housing and it's in poor condition and they're afraid to complain or they'll get evicted or they'll get harassed. So one day I went to the laundry day that Margie hosted. Now, I think what Margie is doing there is great, and it's a great community service. I talked to 6 folks doing their laundry through Margie's program, and not one person complained about their housing provider or their housing. Quite the contrary. In fact, several stated that their housing provider did a great job taking care of the property. So again, where is the crisis? From a rent control perspective, I understand the need for managing the increases, and the state has provided such a regulatory environment and framework for rent control or rent increases. But what is lacking even at the state level is means testing. There is no reason that rent control should allow rich people to squat in rent-controlled housing. If rent control is designed to protect low and very low income, that is understandable, but is not there to protect the more fortunate in our society, the folks earning $200,000 a year or more. All city...
Daniel, thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you, Peggy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Chasty. I'm a lawyer, and I'm here on behalf of Bernie and Lois, who own 1350 Solano, one of the largest complexes in Albany, 27 units, not a single one of which is being rented for more than $2,000. All of them are rented below market. There hasn't been a single eviction filed in the decades I've been involved with them as clients. What I can say that they have done is they've taken in quite a few members of the Tibetan community, some of whom were refugees. And I don't know if you all know who Professor is, but he is the gentleman who basically lived on Solano Avenue making wire sculptures and taking aluminum cans and turning them into flowers. Well, the Chodens have taken him in. They've given him an apartment, and he's thriving. He hasn't been on the street. He sits at a bus bench now, but he's doing well, and that's because that's the kind of people the Chodens are. What I can say to you is they've asked me to come and say to you that, please, don't make their job any harder. Don't force them to raise rents to protect themselves. I think the staff recommendation seems reasonable. I think that their approach seems very reasonable and balanced. So I ask you to consider that there are real people that don't want to sell out to larger corporations that are going to have their apartments run by property managers who will jack the rents through the roof. These guys have been in business since the 1960s with historic low rents consistently. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for considering tenant protections this evening. My name is Aaron Tiedemann, and I serve as the chair of the Housing Advisory Commission, though my comments tonight are solely my own. I would urge the Council to direct staff to develop an anti-harassment ordinance, just cause ordinance, and a rent stabilization ordinance. All three of these policies receive the support of the HAC and would help those in our community who are most at risk of staying in their homes and help them stay in their homes without fear of being priced out of our community. As I say in more detail in the letter I sent into the Council, I do not believe we can rely on state law to fulfill our community's needs. Simply put, those laws are extremely difficult to enforce, leave significant gaps in coverage, and do not adequately limit harmful practices. In the case of harassment, state law does not define harassing behaviors, making it nigh impossible for tenants to claim protections, especially as they usually lack the legal representation to do so. For rent stabilization, the materials presented this evening clearly illustrate the need for local measures, as they show the state rent cap would allow a 54% increase in 5 years. The fact that we have not hit this level with only a 30% increase in the same period does not mean the policy is not necessary, considering that either increase is completely unaffordable for the average working class family. Furthermore, I find it a little confusing that the materials tonight suggest relying on the rent review program, which the HAC concluded was not worth continued funding. Finally, on just cause, the materials this evening clearly show that around 15% of our housing stock is currently not covered by state just cause. The renters in these smaller properties are just as deserving of just cause protections as any others. In sum, I urge the Council to reject the argument that there is no problem, and even if there was, it would be too difficult to do anything. Our efforts to protect any members of our community from harm cannot be based on the frequency of that harm. No one should be harassed, displaced by a high rent increase, or evicted without good reason, regardless of whether they are one of many or alone in their suffering. I thank the Council for considering this tonight, and I thank the HAC for their work on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I have online.
Is there any last comment from the audience? We'll move to online.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Saya Faraktala, and I'm a housing provider both in Alameda and Albany. I want to ground this discussion in what is actually happening on the ground. Over the last 2 years, we moved in 11 homeless or displaced individuals into our Alameda building. 11 people needed stability. Those placements required flexibility and screening, coordination with housing groups, patients, extra oversight, and real financial risk. We took that risk because housing stability matters. Now here's the reality I need you to hear. In Albany, I've been carrying 7 to 9 vacancies. I have personally contacted housing groups. I've asked for referrals on 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms in any family makeup, in any type of makeup. There are none. No one can provide me any kind of a referral. Not because we refuse them, not because we are excluding them, because they are none. At the same time, we're being asked to absorb more mandates, EV charging infrastructure, retrofits, heat pumps, regardless of the bandwidth of an owner. This is not about resisting progress, it's about capacity. When you mandate upgrades, our ability to maintain the property responsibly, increase relocation penalties, and layer on additional regulation, all at once, you're increasing pressure on the same small providers you're also expecting to take on higher risk placements. Insurance has increased, utilities have increased, labor has increased, materials have increased. These are not abstract pressures. They are monthly bills. At some point, something has to give. If operating in an environment that is too unstable to sustain, small providers will not argue. They won't protest. They will quietly stop participating. They will stop taking chances on complicated placements. They will stop absorbing additional risk. They will pull back, not because they don't care, because they can't carry more. And the people who will feel that first are not the owners. They are the next displaced family looking for a key. I'm willing to continue taking this risk for this community, but if policy ignores capacity and assumes unlimited bandwidth...
Thank you for your comments. Just to remind the people online, we are on a 2-minute clock.
Hello?
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Dear council members, I'm a small housing provider in Albany, and I have 4 points I want to make. The first is based on my own experience, the rent increase from 2020 to 2025 is not a good way to look at the rent increase. You should include both 2018 and 2019, because from 2019 to 2020, there is a significant rent decline in Albany. And if you increase those years, the rent increase per year will be much lower than your chart shows. Second, Albany already has a rent review program, and we know that it's not used sufficiently. So we should use that program more for the tenant protection first. If it does not work, then we can include more rent regulation. Number three, California already has AB 1482, which limits annual rent increase to 5% and requires a just cause eviction after 1 year tenancy. So for a city like Albany, this law already provides meaningful tenant protection without requiring expensive local rent board, new fees, and complex regulations. Number four, Albany should not create a new problem that does not exist. Based on the research you showed, Albany does not have an eviction problem for tenants. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
I'd like to just point to the data that you guys have provided, which is about 0.34 and 0.28 eviction filings per 100 renter households. So about 95% eviction filings get settled. And that means that in 2024, you have about 1.3 evictions. And 2025, you have about 1.1 evictions. So that seems to me to be reasonably low. And then I also want to point out that after eviction moratorium ended, people were worried about the eviction tsunami. So Berkeley tracked eviction filings after the month after eviction ended, and it turns out the people that were evicting the most was SAHA, the federally subsidized housing that was housing seniors. So they were evicting seniors out into the streets and filing notices for that. That was very alarming. And when people looked into that, it turns out that they have higher overhead costs as a nonprofit housing provider. They couldn't really compete with small mom and pops. A lot of them were immigrants, and they were willing to just work hard on weekends, painting, landscaping, doing roofing themselves. They weren't going to hire expensive plumbers or electricians. They did the work themselves, and they were able to pass on that hard work to provide more competitive, lower rent. Nobody's going to beat out a hardworking immigrant who are willing to sacrifice for their kids so they could put their kids to school and have opportunities that were denied them. And so I suggest that you look at the most efficient ways to provide housing and support small local housing provider who do the hard work and essential services of housing and deliver it, fixing leaky plumbings and doing things that nobody else.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kieran Shenoy. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Bridge Association of Realtors. On behalf of Bridge AOR, I want to thank staff for a thoughtful, data-driven analysis of local tenant protection measures. Too often in the Bay Area, rental regulations are advanced first and justified later. That is not what is happening here. Staff examined eviction trends, rent increase data, enforcement realities, and the existing state law framework before recommending next steps. The report shows Albany has a very low eviction rate, limited rent increases relative to state caps, especially when not including data from UC Village, and no evidence of widespread harassment and discrimination. That kind of factual grounding should guide policy. Cities like Oakland and Berkeley have often moved forward with sweeping rental regulations based on anecdote alone, and we continue to see those jurisdictions return year after year with claims of crises despite ever-increasing regulatory frameworks. Albany staff should be commended for taking a more measured, evidence-based approach. We also want to express our appreciation to Mayor McQuaid for engaging thoughtfully with all stakeholders and for fostering open and constructive dialogue on this issue. That type of leadership strengthens the policymaking process. Bridge AOR looks forward to partnering with the city to help educate residents on existing state tenant protections and available resources. Please follow staff's recommendations, not the HAC's unsupported position. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, City Council members. Derek Barnes here, CEO of East Bay Rental Housing Association. We have about 1,500 owners who operate about 60,000 homes across Alameda County and Contra Costa County, providing homes for about 140 residents. And most of our members own 4 or fewer units. I also serve on the boards of HomeBridge and HomeRise, and they provide permanent supportive services in these facilities. I want to thank you for this informative report, but please tread carefully. Always ask the question, what is the problem that you're trying to solve? Please consider the impact to the community. More small owner operators are getting out of the business. We did a recent survey of our members, and about 34% indicated that they wanted to exit the business within 24 months. Fewer below market rate housing is available. We're seeing vacancies across Alameda County as high as 8 to 12%. We have to keep our eye on that and figure out ways to bring those units back into the market. Higher rents long-term are due to less availability and inventory. Please focus on education, 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 as everyone said earlier. Establish a housing hub, a one-stop shop for both renters and owners. Also, mediation first programs are very effective to ensure avenues of effective alternative dispute resolution between renters and owners. And then also provide incentives for our legacy owners to keep them in business because they are the lifeblood of our most affordable units. And also offering incentives for developers to produce more housing so that you can meet your RENA goals. Again, please focus on these important areas. You'll get the greatest ROI. Education and compliance, that's what we do at EBRA. Emergency rental assistance is also important because 90% of the eviction filings are due to non-payment of rent, and alternative dispute resolution methods.
Thank you for your
Very
comments. Okay, great. Thank you all for your comments and for your cooperation with each other. Let's bring it back to council. Who wants to start?
May I clarify one thing that just came up? I know in the question and answer there was some discussion about eviction rates in UC Village as well as rents in UC Village, and why my colleague here, Chris, has to accurately just relate that we can't kind of disperse it or take that information out of the data we have. I want to just clarify that any local program that the city would adopt would not be applicable to UC Village as a California state campus. So just wanted to get that out there before the discussion started.
Leslie, if I could follow up on that. The question I was going to ask earlier, but I realized maybe it would work at discussion level, was I appreciate staff's effort at getting the data, and so using the census and then filling in Zillow in the meantime. In some ways, I would love to see actually the Zillow data just from 2020 through 2025 and the census data, just to have at least the Zillow data would be consistent across that basis. I will also say that that is not necessarily key to my decision, any decisions I might make in the future, or frankly, even today, because I'm fearful always of analysis paralysis. One can always hope for cleaner and better data. And I think sometimes you have to use what we are able to gather and use it as maybe not precisely exactly the rate of increase of rent, but the trends. And so I would be interested in understanding the Zillow data from 2020 through 2025, but I would say that's not necessarily going to hold me up from having a discussion today or making some recommendations to staff.
Do you have any other comments relating to, sorry, I should have asked.
No, not at that time. No, thank you.
Okay.
I just want to bring up something about the Zillow data and
I'll agree with one of the speakers that spoke earlier, is that the Zillow data is not always accurate. Or, you know, I mean, you might see something advertised, but by the time it actually gets rented, it's a much different price.
Okay. Who would like to start the discussion?
Sure.
Your name who?
Whole position again, yes. Just to follow up on that, understandable that this wasn't included, the 2024 American Community Survey estimates came out, I don't know, 3 weeks ago or so. So I looked at those, and to one of the commenters' points of not just starting with 2020, but going back further, that data series, which is a rolling 5-year set of statistics because of Albany's size, started in 2015. And what it showed is basically across the range of rents as percentile, the increase since 2015 has been about 1% to 2% above inflation. It was basically flat through 2020. It took a big jump in 2020 and then has flattened out again. So looking over the long term, you take that for what it's worth. For me, and for other reasons, that makes me not inclined to rent stabilization. The only aspect of it that does interest me, but I don't think, use a phrase the mayor used, I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, perhaps, is that we have a large number of rented residences that are not, the businesses have not applied for business licenses. We don't have a current estimate on that, but I know in the past it's been as many as nearing 1,000 of the residences in the city. And so we have a lot of rental providers who are not abiding by that aspect of the city's law. And so one of the propositions that was put forward under rent stabilization, one of the ideas that was put forward in the staff report was that those businesses would not be allowed to raise their rent unless they get a business license, because we need to know what those businesses are up to. We need that tax revenue to operate the city. But again, I think the apparatus of having that probably is not the best way to accomplish the goal, but I would look to the city manager, and maybe that's something we can include in this discussion. Just cause for eviction. Again, a suggestion was to require a business to have a business license in order to have access to eviction. And I am in support of that, again, given this very large gap between what the census says is the number of rented residences in the city and the number that are licensed with the city. And I am also interested in expanding the housing types to which just cause applies beyond what state law has. And then for anti-harassment discrimination, one of the letters we received indicated that MTC has a template that brings much more specificity than state law has in that regard as to what behaviors are considered harassment. And I am interested in that. I found that ABAG actually has a template ordinance, and so the lift for staff to create that ordinance would be much reduced by utilizing that template. So that's where I'm opening my part of the conversation.
Okay. Vice Mayor, would you like to jump in? Not yet. Okay. Councilmember Mickey?
Maybe I'll start with what I actually wrote. I do want to just express gratitude to the HAC and all those that participated. And I think the work that was done there is foundational to what was able to be presented today. I really appreciate staff and the consultant for what you have brought forward. I appreciate the breakdown of data. I appreciate having finer grained data. But as I said earlier, I also don't like to get caught up in analysis paralysis. It was helpful for me to understand that the 907 units that are in UC Village, what percentage that is, in particular with the types of rental units that we have in the city. And so that framework is very useful in my mind. As a former UC resident, I will say that, I definitely on council have said I take issue with the presentation that 50% of Albany is renters because it included UC Village. I want to emphasize that is not because I do not, I remember living in the village. I remember the rent cost increases. I remember the burden that was on us. But our ability as city council members to affect change there as council members through legislation is not possible. As advocates for UC Village residents, we have a lot of power. But I bring this up because so many people I have met who have lived in Albany at some point in their life lived in the UC Village. And the vast majority of those members were able to find someplace in Albany as part of a transition when they left UC Village. To me, UC Village is such a vibrant place that brings so much to us as a community. And the protections and things that we are talking about today, while they do not apply to UC Village residents today, those who are able to find an affordable unit from many of our local providers who are saying they provide at a below market rate, these are things that will assist them as they do this transition from being a UC Village resident to being finding long-term housing in Albany. The issue we run in today is, the result of 50 years of policy, right? We as a city, the city and its residents at the time, changed our housing policies to say that we could only build single-family houses in parts of our community and many parts of our community. And so I look at the efforts that the city has done, previous councils and this council, in terms of saying, San Pablo Avenue, yes, let's build more housing. I look at the state level implementation and our ability to implement ADUs and rejoice at the fact that we have 89, last count that I know of, we have 89 new rental units in the city of Albany. And I say this because, the policy of San Pablo Avenue specific plan, frankly, I think was 15 years too late. We missed the last boat that raised new buildings being built all along San Pablo Avenue. And we don't know how long it'll be before that boat comes back. I'm a property owner. The first property that my wife and I bought was a duplex in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, because we couldn't afford a single family house. But having a tenant meant that helped us be able to afford to buy a property that frankly cost more than a single family house, but helped us cover that mortgage and helped us be where we are today. And so I definitely can relate to the issues small property owners have. Insurance costs, all the costs are going up. But on the other hand, regardless of whether or not the actual numbers are specifically correct about the percentage increase that we've seen for tenants, whether it's 24% as described in the document or 20%, that is for those who live in Albany, regardless of what level of income you are at, is extreme. I mean, I did the math and $500 increase in monthly rent, which is about what the number shows, at least in the data set that we have there, equates to $18,000. So if you follow the federal mandate that says you should spend no more than 30% of your income on housing and transportation, just that $500 increase means that you need to make $18,000 more a year, a 5-year period. That is, I don't know many people who have gotten that kind of a raise over the last 5 years. And that doesn't even include the cost burden that has increased in terms of transportation. And I would emphasize that those who are renting a single family house or living in a duplex or usually in a commercial building of less than 4 units, those residents are also suffering from the increase in PG&E costs. They are also, if they're not in a building that the landlord pays for waste management, paying for the increases in waste management. So the rental increase that we're seeing is only showing one piece of the picture for renters. I would love to see more data. Not going to stop me making decisions tonight or in the next few weeks. But because I think we need more data and we need finer grain data, I actually believe that maybe we think the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I disagree. I think we need to go after those landlords who are not following the law and getting a business license. I think we need to require a rent registry so we actually understand, like El Cerrito found out, that there are apartments are actually generally renting for less than market rate. One of my concerns with the rental rates, and I'm not asking for an answer tonight, is like how much are single family houses or duplex units skewing the numbers? Single family house is going to rent. People will pay way more for a single family house than they will for an apartment unit. And so if we had an actual rental registry, if we actually went after people to make sure they had business licenses, we would have much finer grain data to truly understand what the issue is, for us to truly understand where are our rents in comparison to the market, to our neighbors. I'm also in complete support of the anti-harassment. As Councilmember Jordan said, ABAG has a policy, a template policy. With the rental registry, I also am in favor of rental inspections being mandatory. I think the nuances of what that looks like can vary, but I think we should have a rental inspection program. And I would hope that we would continue to fund the mediation program we have through Echo Housing and the emergency rental assistance program, which is more of a general assistance program. That's kind of where I land, is I think we actually have to push really hard for the business license, get the rental registry, and really have an understanding of what is our true spread of rental costs and increases. I would agree with Councilmember Jordan also with the eviction processes being contingent on someone having a business license. Frankly, if someone is implementing eviction process through the court system and they don't have a business license, I would say the city should be going after that landlord because they explicitly are not following the law today. Sorry, I said a lot there.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, yeah. I'll keep my comment brief for this evening. I think I'm on the similar boat as Councilmember Mickey. I'd definitely like to see more information to work with. There are components that I think I would readily be agreeable at this juncture. However, it's also very clear that this is just a staff report. We're not making decisions. And it's very explicitly clear in the staff report as well what the next steps are going to be, which is furthermore more information to come down the line. You said much of what I wanted to share. You stole my thunder around the whole contextualizing the ecosystem of folks who come from the UC Village and often find themselves living in Albany proper, in the ways in which that's facilitated, and maybe not by intentional design, but it happens. And I made it very clear, like that's a goal I also have. Like, we moved here because we wanted this community to be our forever community. I don't know how people feel about my chief of staff living here permanently. I know he raises a lot of hell around the city, but I think about that a lot, and I think a lot about some of my neighbors who couldn't stay here anymore because, not just challenges of, cost specific to Albany, but just a lot of what we're dealing with, our income not matching up with what we need to have, livable wage to, take care of what we need to take care of. I'm very transparent about my situation in the village since moving here in 2022. I think I'm now paying almost $550 more than what I was paying when I first moved here. and that's partly because they got a little sneaky and decoupled our parking space from our rental agreement. So there was this latent cost that they put in there, but that's neither here nor there. But just to say, like, that concept of recognizing that when one large group of the community is cost burden, whether or not they, any policy that we are trying to create or curate or debate or discuss, even if that policy doesn't directly impact or benefit them, there's still something very intrinsic about that advocacy that makes people feel like, okay, this is where I want to live because I know this community got my back. And that's a lot of what makes Albany what it is. That's part of that small town charm. Everyone knows each other, and everyone knows that we're always looking out for each other. All that just to say too, when we can find ways to alleviate what it means to feel like we live in a striving ecosystem that doesn't always have to feel combative, we can make a lot of progress. I'm thankful for witnessing what I witnessed this evening. I know, we have a lot of opinions and views across the table. I've talked with, folks within the landlord group and, those respective stakeholders to better understand perspective, understand, where there might be common ground and such. And even with that said, I still think there's a lot more that I need to digest and process in order to make decisions that I feel are of the most benefit to the broader community here. But on the note of lack of folks registering their business license or registering and getting their business license, I think there is a common theme happening here. There definitely needs to be better accountability there for folks who are out of compliance, and if they're getting away with that, what else are they getting away with? What else is flying on the radar? I'm not saying people who don't get their business license aren't up to no good or anything like that, but sometimes that can be indicative of a slippery slope that's occurring. But I also want to hold space and acknowledge that perhaps the bulk of the folks just don't recognize or realize that they're supposed to be getting their business license. I think that's the case, and it does warrant and require more education, more engagement with our folks to make sure we're breaking bread properly and making sure folks are where they need to be at in terms of being in alignment with our own policies here in the city as they exist right now. I think for me, that's the biggest thing right now is making sure that we are getting things up to speed and people up to speed with where they need to be as they're supposed to operate within our codified language right now as a city. And I think simultaneously we could, do two things at the same time where, we're not monolithic people, but I think doing that, could make it much more easier for us to then start identifying much stronger next steps and what that could look like, because then we'll have more information, more data to work with, and have a better picture of what's happening here. I'll leave it at that. I know I said I was going to keep it short. Sorry.
Before we go on, it's 10:20. I'm going to move that we extend our meeting until 11 o'clock.
And Mayor, would that include all the remaining items so that we could capture that?
At this point, the next motion may change that.
I'll second that.
Do we have a roll call?
Councilmember Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
and Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you want to go?
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were keeping that short. Jeez. Anyway. All right, well, let's see. As many of you know, I'm fourth generation Albany. Sitting in this room here tonight, I know a lot of people that are parents of friends of mine. A gentleman in here that I used to hang out with his mother and bring her firewood and eat her cookies. And you know, these are the landlords that I know. And I am a realtor, but I'm also a tenant. And when I left my husband 5 years ago or more now, we had to sell our house, and I had to find someplace to keep my kids here in Albany schools. I was fortunate enough to find a property provider who she had the house as her first house and decided to make it a rental and bought another house. And she has not raised my rent in over 5 years. She finally did just give me a rent increase of $50 per month. So she's always been there whenever I've had any issues or anything breaks. I can call her and I can say, I can fix this. Or she goes, oh, no, I'll take care of it. I'll be over. There was something that you had brought up about the annual inspections. I don't want somebody coming around annually inspecting my stuff. And quite frankly, a lot of the insurance companies are already doing routine inspections because they're dropping everybody's insurance. You know, it's really hard for property providers and just for people who have homes right now to find the insurance they need, that they're constantly being dropped because the insurance companies are finding it too expensive and too difficult to do business in our state. Some of the other things that, you know, came up were, the one thing that I do have to say is, again, thank you for the staff report too, you know, because I really do believe that education is really our biggest lack. And, you know, really our biggest need here is the fact that we need more education, not just for property providers, but we do need that education for tenants as well. And so that, and that was one of the reasons that I was very grateful that my employer, Daniel Winkler, chose to agree to be on the HAC committee so that I could bring in some sort of education, because what I was constantly hearing throughout the community was misinformation. And that's why I was very encouraging to bring someone on there who understands the rules, the regulations, the laws, and everything else that goes into being a property provider and also being a tenant. With all of the things that we face on council of, you know, the seismic retrofits, the balcony, you know, reconstruction, safety issues, all these other things that are just mounting costs upon costs upon costs. And they are getting unsustainable for the property providers, because we can keep pushing that, but then we want to limit this. And at some point it breaks. It doesn't work anymore, okay? And I have talked to many property providers who have been here, who've been good long-term property providers who, I have friends who've been here for 30 plus years who are still living in the same house and have barely seen an increase over time. And I just think that, you know, a lot of our property providers should be commended for just how well that they've worked with their tenants throughout the years. And the fear that I have, because I know that this is a fear my property provider has, is as soon as you put in these stipulations, as soon as you make these requirements, then that sends fear into the property provider's head, meaning now those people who've never had an increase in 5 years, like me, will now get increases every year. Because I'll tell you, when I lived in Dublin in an apartment complex, you better believe it, every January I would get my property increase. I would get my rent increased. Every year I lived in an apartment in Pleasanton, I'd get my rent increase, like clockwork. And it was always the maximum that they could possibly do. And when you called them on the phone, they didn't care. So there's a big difference between who we have here and the corporate landlords that do not exist here because we haven't had the restrictions, because we haven't mandated extra regulations and laws and everything else. So just really, really give a good thought to that.
Can I respond to Councilmember Hanson Romero's comments?
Briefly.
Many communities have annual inspections that are a simple form which the tenant can fill out. And I find, or I have found, it is an opportunity for a tenant to understand, is there something that's missing in the unit that should be in the unit? Whether that's a smoke detector, the fact that it is an issue if your gas range is not working, if not all the burners are working. And so it is not inherently a burden on the landlord. And it is not a requirement, depending on how the program is written, that someone other than the tenant has to do the inspection. But it is an opportunity both for education and understanding of what is the condition of my unit and what should the condition of my unit be. So I just want to raise that. I totally agree. I think myself, I don't necessarily want someone walking through my house and inspecting it. I doubt that many of my tenants really want to do that either. So I would just raise that a rental inspection program does not have to mean that someone outside than the tenant is in it, and it is all in the details of how the program is written. I would like to address one of the issues that you raised, which I think is really important. We are fortunate in Albany that we have so many either long-term landlords or new landlords who have not gone to the extreme of pushing the limit on how much they can increase rent. But the one constant that we know is that, and I will say this only because the properties that my wife and I have been able to purchase were properties that were a motivated seller. And the vast majority of those people were people who inherited the property, and they just wanted to sell the property. So the goodwill and the good intent of the existing landlord does not protect the future the tenants to a future purchaser. I just want to raise that I want to acknowledge that we are fortunate that we have many landlords in Albany who are either renting at below market rate or not increasing rent frequently. But that is not an indicator of what it could be in the future. So I just want to just say that. I will also say that, my wife and I, we own a fourplex in Berkeley, and the only reason we could actually afford the fourplex in Berkeley was because there was rent control. Because we had tenants where if you base the price you are willing to pay on what the tenants were actually paying, that's the only way we were able to afford the property. And that was a good number of years ago. What I have witnessed is there are many people going in and buying properties now where they pay outrageously large prices that are not based on the rent. And so why do I say that? The people that I generally have noticed who are paying way more are, as you described, the larger corporations, right? Because they're the ones that can pay that bigger price because they have a 30-year look on what the value of the property is going to be. So funny enough, the rent control program in Berkeley actually meant that my wife and I could actually buy a fourplex in Berkeley. So anecdotal, it's just one example. It's not exemplary of everything, but I just want to raise that I am not prepared to move forward on a rent stabilization program, not because I don't think we shouldn't have a discussion, but because we have time, right? The existing state law stays in effect until 2030. I think it will become very clear as we get closer to 2030 whether or not the state legislature is going to extend that. But it also, to me, adds more emphasis that we need the business licenses, we need the rental registry, we need the data. So then 2028, 2029, or essentially before the state level just cause and rent stabilization program sunset, that we have better data to be able to make decisions based on. Sorry. Maggie, I didn't let you, you have not had a chance to say.
It's okay, I'll wrap it up. Again, thank you to staff and our consultant for an excellent comprehensive report. And the one thing I just kind of want to back up onto what, or piggyback onto what you said is this is not going to be our final discussion on this. We're not going to make a final decision tonight, but we are, I think, going to be able to move ourselves forward at least a little bit. I think what's come out across the board is education. We need to do a better job of providing information both to the tenant and to the property owner, because we've heard examples of property owners not knowing certain things. Maybe they don't know that there's a rebate their tenants could have, or there's a variety of things. And it seems to me that we have a really strong property owner association right now. We can use you. And we need you to help us in this. And I think that by working together, property owners can help get the word out to their tenants of what their rights are and how they can have this. The rent review program, I will totally agree, is not working. But it's not working because nobody knows about it. And we need to make sure that the tenants know about it. We need to make sure that they know about the rent rebates. And I don't know that we know the tenants, but we know the property owners because you have business licenses, and we're going to deal with those that don't. But those of you that do, we can communicate with you, and you can help us get the word out of what is available, both to other property owners and to tenants. The one thing that I'm concerned about as we're winding down our APRA money at the end of this year is that we figure out how to provide some rental assistance to people who need it. I think that's where we need to be what we really need to be thinking about in the coming months, how we can do that. What could we shift around to get some revenue for that? What is the county really going to be able to provide through Measure W? So far, we haven't really seen anything, but maybe we have friends in the county. Maybe they can help us on this. I would like to add some anti-harassment language. I don't know what's in the ABAG template, but I'd like to see language around non-traditional families, prohibition of retaliation for tenant organizing, any sort of threat about immigration, those kind of things. I'd like to look at that again and in the more near future. One idea that someone else brought to me, and I thought it was a good idea, is to require property owners to file eviction notices with the city. Not that we would say you couldn't evict anybody. That's not our purpose. But it would enable us to reach out to that tenant and perhaps offer them some assistance, and maybe they don't need to be evicted. And it's just a little piece that maybe we could help with. We can't stress enough about the business license, and I know that we're working on that. That's really critical, that everybody has a business license. And I saw in the staff report the idea of an informational expo to provide information to both tenants and property owners. And I'd like to see that as one expo where people come together and learn together and not siloing property owners and tenants, but coming together and learning together. That's what I would really like to see. And with that, what else? What do you need now from us?
I think what we need is a decision from the body as to what we should follow up and come back to you with specifically.
I'm willing to make a motion.
Okay?
Okay. To ask staff to come back with an anti-harassment discrimination draft ordinance based on the ABAG template and the considerations that were raised in the staff report and that the mayor raised. To bring back an ordinance and to bring back an ordinance for just cause for eviction that includes requiring a business license for eviction authority and to require filing of eviction notice with the city, and to expand the housing types that just cause for eviction applies to single detached residences and residences less than 15 years old. And I think I'll stop there.
Could you repeat the third item, please?
There's two general items, but I think maybe referring to the just cause for eviction item, which is there's a table in one of the attachments, which shows to what types of residences state law currently applies and what types of residences a local ordinance could apply. And so I'm moving to have the local ordinance cover the range of residences that are allowed by a local ordinance to be covered. Again, this would be a draft that would come back, so there could be further discussion at that time.
So, Councilmember Jordan, if I may, what I hear is you're asking them to bring back policy options 3, 4, and 5 under just cause. The 3 was expanding to other housing types, 4 was requiring eviction notices to the city, and 5 was requiring a business license for property owners, required condition of eviction. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Councilmember Mickey.
Okay, I'm sorry, 3, 4, and 5?
Correct.
In the interest of time, can you remind me, there was a summary of overall costs for various programs. Could you remind me where that is?
That is in attachment, the last attachment, which I
Number
think
4.
is attachment 4, yes.
And I guess to be clear on that, these are ordinances that would come back. So this is, whether the city adopts these ordinances or not is not coupled with the city then spinning up some administrative process to enforce these ordinances necessarily. That would be a separate discussion. So a lot of the cost information in that attachment is discussing what other cities have done and how other cities have created administrative apparatus for enforcing various of these. My intent is rather that these would be on the books for use by tenants and awareness of rental providers should the latter need them, the former need them.
Was there I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it right now. Was there a cost? Some of these definitely have cost comparisons with other cities. Does Just Cause have a projected cost to the city?
Excuse me. Drafting an ordinance and working to produce an ordinance will not be a significant cost to the city. That could be done with current staff time. Just as part of our workload. It would be associated costs of anything that you choose to do in terms of kind of the monitoring and operations if there's any enforcement of any of the ordinances that are adopted. The actual ordinance adoption, fiscal costs are minimal. It's actually establishing the program to follow up, even if it is establishing, we haven't gotten there, like a rent registry. What is that going to look like? Who's going to be gathering the data? Who's going to be following up, ensuring that folks are submitting for the rent registry if they haven't already been submitting, so it's establishing in and of itself, as long as it doesn't involve creation of new software or something, is cost minimal. It's the follow-up and enforcement is where we can, depending on what you move forward with tonight, we can move forward with some more detailed cost analysis.
To be clear, we do not have that staff person. So this would be a new program, a new administration overhead. So we would need to come back with some numbers and some resources on how we would staff this.
So again, just to reiterate, my intent is not implying that program, is implying just the adoption of the ordinances so that those are legally available as protections to tenants. And so they would be able to avail themselves of that protection, but the city wouldn't necessarily be having a program to enforce and monitor. Now, we could discuss having a program to enforce and monitor, but that is not part of my motion. My motion is just to get these ordinances.
I guess I don't understand why you would have an ordinance that you knew you weren't going to be able to enforce. That doesn't make sense to me, but that's.
Also, for instance.
Well, it's essentially an ordinance that is enforced on a, it's like our parking ordinance. The police do not drive around seeing if you're blocking a driveway. They only do it when someone calls to say someone's blocking my driveway.
It's a little more complicated.
A little more complicated, but it, and what I would say, what I'm hearing from Councilmember Jordan is we can pass these ordinances and choose to staff it and enforce it, or choose to simply have it on the book. I will tell you now that my preference is that we staff it, because I believe the other programs which were not included in Councilmember Jordan's motion or will need staffing. But I will make that as a separate motion, because I would like us to make a clean vote on what Councilmember Jordan has proposed, and then will be raising other issues that I would like us to vote on.
Is there?
And now I have completely forgotten what Councilmember Jordan asked for outside of the 3 just cause items.
Just checking, do we need to vote, or is it just giving staff recommendation?
Well, I think it's helpful for us to at least vote on what our recommendations to you are. Is that
Correct. Yes.
I have not heard a second on this.
If Councilmember Jordan would indulge us in repeating what happened before just cause.
Yeah. So what happened just before just cause was the bringing back a draft ordinance based on ABAG's anti-harassment template, with consideration for the various matters that the mayor raised, which I think from reading the template were covered, but some of them may not be, so that just needs to be a check.
So it was just those 4 items. So I will second that with the understanding that.
Now, wait a second, but we also had been talking about you wanted more, there was more data needs for
Yes,
things.
I will have a follow-up motion after this. Okay. I don't want to mix in things that not everyone might support, and I'd like just to understand where we stand on anti-harassment and the 3 just cause items. So, in that sense, I will second this motion.
Okay, there's no other discussion. Let's move to a vote.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero,
Yes, yes.
Mayor McQuaid.
No.
The motion carries.
Want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that staff explore the rental registry, rental inspection, and I'm going to leave business license out of that because, as the mayor mentioned, there are already processes going underway for that. Is there a second for rental registry and rental inspections?
I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I expressed previously that I think, I know the data is not perfect, but because of the American Community Survey data, I was not necessarily inclined to this expense. Given attachment 4, it appears that if this were to come into existence, it would be a fee. It's on each rented residence, at least the ones that have business licenses. Is that how you envision this would be funded if it were to go forward?
I would love for staff to come back to us with an understanding of what kind of cost it would be for these items, so we understand if that is something that, how we would cover it. So I will be honest with you, I don't know if that's a fee, I don't know how, but those I think are things that think are important for us to have, because again, I have not looked at the American Community Survey information, so maybe it breaks it down much finer grain than just that average that we saw. But if that average is including single-family houses, right, it's going to skew that number, because houses, not all, well, the houses that I know of around my house, they go for a very large number,
Yeah. So
and that would skew things.
I can relay the American Community Survey has breakdowns by, well, it has 25th, 50th, 75th percentile rent. It has 1, 2, and 3 bedroom rent. So those are the breakdowns that are available. So, you know, there is some granularity there. Could you restate your motion? So
It was for staff to come back with a rental registry and rental inspection program ordinance.
a draft program.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, we are going to see what staff says. We're going to understand. Hopefully, we'll have a ballpark cost estimate. Right? Is this a staff person? What to what extent is this? And the reason why I asked for this, if we are going to, I kind of agree with Mayor McQuaid that passing an ordinance that we are not going to actively be on your previous motion. We're not actively going to be trying to implement and regulate. I'm very interested in hearing that discussion when it comes back to us. But if we have that and we have a sense of that cost and we have a sense of what it would cost to add this other program, maybe it's a small percentage increase of the program, the motion that we just passed, right? Or maybe it's outrageously large, right? Like the examples that were given by staff are helpful to frame, but they are not, they're not exactly what we're asking for. And so it would be helpful to have a sense of the range. I'm looking at Leslie because I recognize that there may not be better data than what she's already provided us, but I am simply asking this question.
Yeah, I guess I don't see the nexus between this program and enforcement of just cause and harassment. I mean, this program would be more related to rent stabilization data, as I understand, because it's purely cost data. It's not about eviction, why people leave, things like that. Okay.
Just wondering if we have a housing officer who is covering many things.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor
In-
McQuaid?
Did we have a second? I'm just verifying that we actually, yes, that's right, sorry.
And I just clarify really quick. So what you're asking is this similar to what we had brought some time ago regarding Measure R? I'm asking because I'm curious, are the numbers going to look the same from what we've previously looked at already? Because I do worry about laboring staff if the work's already been done.
I think Measure R, the only sort of intersection of the sets,
Okay.
as I understand it, would be the inspection component.
Okay.
So Measure R would have funded the emergency rental support for households that had financial difficulty and legal representation for both rental providers and tenants, and then the property inspections. So I think it was only.
And I will come back with the housing inspection side of it. There's a wide spectrum of what that could be. And so some cities, it's simply a form that's filled out, right? And you tenant signs and the property owner signs that this is the, as opposed to sending a inspector to a building, which is a different enforcement side of things.
Did you, go ahead.
I just have a clarification on the motion. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask, but for the second motion, you mentioned drafting an ordinance, and I'm wondering if you wanted to have further information on kind of program availability, like more detailed program options before we draft
Yes.
an ordinance, as well as associated costs.
Ballpark costs would be great.
Ballpark, well, yes, I think they'll end up being ballpark anyway.
More details, ballpark cost, not an ordinance.
And did you give us ballpark cost on the registry? Wasn't that included somewhere?
It is in attachment 4, what other costs we would assume, depending on the scope of the program being adopted, that at a minimum, it would be one related to a senior level planner, and I costed out 1.5 being a full senior and a half assistant. So the price I put in there was 1.5. So again, if it's just a rental registry, we'd probably go down to 1. You know, once it comes into inspection, follow up. If there's other, it's really dependent on the scope of what this council decides.
Just to clarify again, is this just the rent registry part, or is this the rent registry and the inspection?
My motion was both.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's vote.
Mayor McQuaid?
No.
Councilmember Jordan?
No.
Councilmember Lopez?
I'll have to abstain at this time.
Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hanson Romero?
No.
The motion failed.
I'm wondering, do you want to move just the inspection part?
I think it sounds like you might want to move just the inspection part.
I will move to bring back models of inspection programs, perhaps in consultation with Council Member Mickey, given this, I think this is an area of at least some expertise of your part. You seem to know about different models that exist.
I have some experience with different models.
Yes, okay.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? I'm assuming you guys are jumping in at this point.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero?
No.
Mayor McQuaid?
Yeah, since it's only coming back with information.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
To Mayor McQuaid, yes.
And Councilmember Mickey?
Yes.
The motion carries.
I just want to clarify for everybody that's in the room too, a lot of this is just bringing back information, and kind of regardless of how these votes go, we're asking staff to bring us back additional information to review and understand further. And that is part of the education that I think a lot of us are all wanting to have, just in general, again, the education and the transparency of things. So I just want to reiterate that.
Mayor, I had one more motion. Or actually, maybe this is a request of staff first.
Okay.
Maybe it doesn't need to be a motion. During the presentation, it was mentioned that many cities have a specific landing page for housing, right, that was meant for both tenants and landlords. I would love, if possible, for staff to move with haste to create such a website, knowing that we already have plenty of data or information that could be on that website, but I look at it as the ability for tenants and landlords to understand in one place what are their roles and responsibilities as stated under City of Albany. I don't know if that needs to be a motion. I'm looking at Nicole.
Understood and already underway.
Perfect. I like that even better.
Anyone have any other motions to make? I've got a big one in a minute.
I have a motion to extend if we want to handle the last item. I have a feeling it's going to go pretty fast, I suspect. So I will move to extend to 11:15 only to cover, and I forget what number it is, but to cover the 11:1, and not to go through the rest of the agenda beyond that.
I'll second that.
At 11:15.
Yes.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yep.
It's extended to 11:15.
Okay. Any last words from council on this? Are we done?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you all. To those of you that are left, thank you for being here. Okay, that brings us to item 11-1, heat pump rebate program. Thank you for hanging in with us, both of you.
No problem at all.
Oh.
Okay. Good evening, Council. Michelle Plaus, Community Development Analyst. I'm going to do my best to be very quick. So I've got an update and also a recommendation on the heat pump rebate program tonight. Quick background, this program was created 4 years ago now in March of 2022. We launched in June of that year. And then in February 2023, updated the program to create a moderate income level rebate. Updated again in February 2024 to create or to increase the low and moderate income levels. And then most recently in July of 2025, created water heater rebates and also ended the standard income HVAC rebate. So just, for simplicity, we're currently in stage 4 of the program. The previous stage was stage 3. Next slide, please. So this is the program as it stands right now. As you can see, for folks that are not income qualified, the only rebate available is for the water heater. That's a $500 rebate, and there's a electric panel bonus. And then for moderate and low income folks, that water heater rebate is $1,500 and $3,000. And then there are $3,000 and $6,000 rebates for ducted HVAC systems for heat pumps. And then also the ductless system is $1,000 and $2,000, which gets doubled or tripled for multiple ductless units. Next slide, please. So overall, the program as a whole has reserved or paid 139 rebates so far. 20 of those have been for low-income households and 18 for moderate-income households. And we've paid out a little over $260,000 in rebates, either paid or reserved again. One of the really big things that we've seen in this most recent stage in the last 7 months or so is a really big jump in income-qualified applications, 350% increase compared with stage 3. And you can see in the chart here, there's just this, this huge bump. We've seen growth steady over time each time we've updated the program, but this one has been even more significant, especially in that moderate income category. Next slide, please. So I'll dig a little bit more into the details of what's been happening over the last few months. So with our water heater program, these are the brand new rebates. So far, we've had 11 rebates reserved and 2 more in process. I think they're actually reserved now. 2 of those have been for low-income households and 3 for moderate income. It's been a little bit smaller of a number of rebates than we expected, but a slightly higher proportion of those income-qualified ones. I had kind of, projected that the money saved from ending that standard income HVAC rebate would effectively pay for the water heater rebates. And so far, that's been proven to be basically true. So it's good news. It's about as many as we were hoping we would get. We've seen growth in heat pump water heater installations and, of course, with the rebate applications. So that seems to be chugging along well and about as we expected. Next slide, please. The big shift that we didn't expect, and is good news, is a huge growth in income-qualified HVAC rebates. So we've seen just a massive surge in applications since that program change in July. So in stage 3, on average, we were seeing, about 0.4 low-income applications per month and 0.3 moderate-income applications. In the last several months, it's been 1 low-income application per month and 1.4 moderate income applications per month. So almost 5 times as many moderate income applications and about 2.5 or whatever times as many low income applications. So really, really large growth. it's been pretty consistent over those 7 months as well. It's not, huge waves and valleys or anything. We're not entirely clear on what the reason is, to be honest. It could be related to the federal rebates going away, or the tax credits going away. It could be related to, just general market conditions. It could be that as we've been chugging along and spreading the word, it's finally started to really click and more people know about it. It's hard to say for sure, but it is good news that we seem to really be making an impact there. The flip side of that equation, of course, sorry if you could go back for a second, is that it is a much higher cost for the rebate program. Basically taking this rate that we've seen and projecting it out for the full fiscal year, we're expecting that it'll cost $75,000 more than we expected it to over the course of the fiscal year, just for these income qualified HVAC rebates. So that is a big change. But as I said, it is good news that we're making an impact. These are really the folks that we've been trying to target with every change of the program, trying to find a way to reach these people better. And from our survey data, we know that the program is really helping them make that decision and making it financially feasible for them to electrify. You can see here, especially for low-income folks, there's a huge number that are saying they probably wouldn't or definitely wouldn't have chosen a heat pump if it weren't for the program. So it's really the main thing making that difference. And that's true for a lot of moderate income folks, and a lot of moderate income folks are also sort of on the fence, maybe not sure, and it's helping them jump to the other side. Next slide, please. A few other notes on the program. We had a sunset period for those standard income HVAC rebates, so that we didn't kind of leave anyone in a lurch when they were halfway through, getting their project ready. And we did see about twice as many applications during that period as I expected us to. I thought we'd have a bump, but we actually had 12 applications in that 2-month window. So I know just anecdotally that there were some folks who really made the decision because it was ending, and it really got them over that hump, which is great. But again, also increasing that cost more than we expected. So those 12 applications cost us a little over $10,000. And then we also had some holdover rebates from last fiscal year that just got delayed for one reason or another. So that was $16,000 that were reserved last fiscal year but paid this fiscal year. Which brings me to the budget. Thanks, Ann. So our budget for the program was $30,000. So far this fiscal year, we've paid $87,000. We've reserved $30,500. And based on the application rate that we've seen, I'm expecting that through the rest of the fiscal year, we'll have about $52,000 in applications coming in. So that leaves a pretty large gap, as I'm sure you can tell. There's $139,500 needed to cover what's been paid or reserved and that projected cost for the rest of the fiscal year. So a very large chunk of money. The Climate Action and Adaptation Reserve Fund does have a balance of $152,362 currently. $125,000 of that has been appropriated for the gas line decommissioning project. The good news about that appropriation is that it's really not necessary anymore. That was made during a time when it was really unclear whether the Department of Energy grant funding was going to come through. And since then, we have been given access to those funds. We've been getting, paid regularly by the Department of Energy. It seems like we're not having an issue with that anymore. So, we as staff feel like there's no issue with unappropriating that funding effectively and using that for the heat pump rebate program. So with that, the recommendation, thanks, Ann, is to adopt the resolution, which I'm sure has a number by now. Sorry about that, which rescinds Resolution 2025-07, which was the one that authorized those funds for the gas line decommissioning program, and authorizes the appropriation of $139,500 of the available fund balance of the Climate Action and Adaptation Reserve for the heat pump rebate program. Thank you.
Are there any council questions? Is there anyone online? All gone to bed.
There are people online, but no one. Well,
Now
now there is.
Now we have a hand up.
Wow, guys, I thought I would have to raise my hand after the questions. No one has any questions. Well, this is Nick Peterson with Albany Climate Action Coalition. Man, I almost didn't last through all the last one. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Michelle. This is really, the success of this, especially with the low and moderate income applications going way up, is just really great. And you guys have done a fantastic job on this. So this is probably one of the most successful things we've done. It's had a really big impact. So I'm very supportive of making the payment, the $139,000. It's already done good work. We don't need to worry about DOE bailing on us anymore, which is great. The other thing I'm wondering about, and again, this is just having a little bit more transparency on the Climate Action Reserve Fund, is supposedly we're getting in about $300,000 a year for that. And I guess the program has only been going for 2 years, but it'd be really interesting to, I mean, it isn't like Measure DD is shutting that off. We're still going to be getting more. So in depleting that fund, it's not like then we have nothing left or virtually nothing left. So anyway, I recommend or strongly request that the council accept this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Is there one more? Okay.
Yes, I hope I'm the last one. This is Jean Wu, and I commend everyone for approving this program and then also for modifying it to really provide a pathway for low-income and moderately low-income people to do the electrification that we all need to do. I'm concerned that the amount that's going to be left is small, and wondering what the process is and how we know how much is going to be coming in and when, and if there's going to be a potential halt to the program because there'll be a gap in the funding. So I would really like that if we could learn more about how the program DD, the funds are coming in, and also potentially to stave off any potential gap in funding so it doesn't have to stop and start. Stopping and starting in Tech Clean and some of the other programs has caused tremendous havoc with electrification and planning, and people who think that they might want to do it and then the thing stops and then they just say forget it and they don't even want to consider it again. So making sure that there is no gap will be really important to continue the momentum. So yes, I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any final comments from council?
I'll just offer, I think some of the conversation that commenters were suggesting maybe could happen in the context of the strategic plan update. Yeah, okay, I see the city manager nodding. So with that, I will move passage of resolution 2026-10.
I'll second.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yep.
Councilmember Mickey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hanson Romero,
Yes.
Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
and Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, we're skipping 12, we are skipping 13, we are skipping 14. Things are on the website. That will bring us to adjournment, but wait a minute. I do have something I'd like to say tonight. As we close tonight, we hold in our hearts the many families, including members of our own community, who are affected by violence and instability abroad. We think of the children, the loved ones waiting anxiously for news, and those serving in harm's way far away from home. We grieve for those who have died, and we recognize that lasting peace depends on reasonable, authentic, responsible dialogue grounded in justice. And with that, we are adjourned.